Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of LINA Conference. Okay. Just before we officially start recording, to all LINA fellows who present today, keep tracking the schedule and get ready before the panel you are presenting in, so that when we call you, you come down here as fast as possible. Thank you. Good. One more time. Good morning. Welcome, everyone, to the second day of the LINA conference. LINA, the European Architecture Platform, is a network that is trying to connect European architectural institutions of different profiles, from museums, festivals, biennials, triennials, architectural galleries, producers, with emerging practitioners and thinkers in architecture. And the institutions presented the program for next year in an open call that you applied to. And with the call, I have to emphasize, this was not a competition. It was a way for you to register that you are available to participate in the program of LINA members. And this conference is the launching of this program. It's the launching of the first year of LINA program. But you are here today and you have an excellent opportunity to talk among each other, to discuss and see if you can collaborate in LINA members project in 2022 and 2023. So LINA program is carried out by 27 members for now, but we also made a call for a new member, and we will do one next year as well. We received several applications. How many? How many applications did we receive? For 38, almost 40 applications. And we selected one. We have to select only one. And they are here today with us. Living Summer School, Bolwerk from Belgium. Elena Falomo will present what they do shortly now. And it's a pleasure to have you here, Elena. Please come on stage. Because there were so many good applications, we invited a couple of more institutions to join us as associate members, and I am happy to say that two already confirmed. This is Architecture at the Edge, so it's a part of the, and KEK, the Hungarian Architectural Center from Budapest. So there will be more of us at LINA General Assembly already next year. Elena, please.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure to be here and to be welcomed by all of you. Thanks again for your warm welcome. I'm very pleased to be part of the LINA platform and to represent my organization, the Living Summer School, as the new member. I am Elena Falomo, and I am the project coordinator and education lead of the Living Summer School. So I'm just gonna give a quick 10 minutes presentation to introduce our organization and what we do, and then I'll leave you the floor for 5 minutes to ask any questions. So the Living Summer School is a free yearly para-academic summer school that focuses on territorial innovation. The format that we chose, a summer school, which is a short time span and intense educational experience, actually allow us to achieve one of our core goals, which is inclusion. Every year we welcome people from different backgrounds and walks of lives. We welcome artists, designers, journalists, activists to join us in Kortrijk in Belgium for a very intense week-long educational experience. And we try to reach out from individuals from marginalized and underrepresented communities every year in order to really open up what territorial innovation means and the field of practice around territorial innovation. Our organization is actually composed by three main institutions. The first one being Bolwerk, which is what we call a cultural free port. It's a cultural organization that welcomes artists and creators. And every year it hosts the summer school in its wonderful premises, in its wonderful garden. The other organization is Hangarka, which is a co-creation hub and a social incubator. And the last partner is the Eland Collective, which is an artistic collective focused on design research in the territory of Southwest Flanders. We are also backed by 4 universities, the University of Ghent, Leuven, Ho-West and Vives, as well as 2 more cultural institutions, Quindo and De Strate. So we are a platform in the platform. So what we focus every year in the experience of the summer school is redefining territory-based innovation. And the way we do so is to try to open up the field of urban studies and territorial studies through a multidisciplinary lens. As a matter of fact, as I mentioned earlier, we try to welcome people from different backgrounds, and so are the experts that are involved in the creation of the program. We focus every year in themes that encompass the territorial scale, because we believe that in order to understand the future challenges of climate change, we need to embrace complexity and we need to look at our landscapes with open eyes. And in order to address these territorial challenges, for us, another core focus is emergence. We try to foster emergence and we try to have this experience as a living experience, hence our name. So every year, the summer school actually takes a different shape, a different form. We try to embrace different methodologies and different tools, as well as different thematics, because we believe that we need to be ready and ever prepared to challenge ourselves, to respond to the inputs that we are receiving from the outside world. Every aspect of the summer school is pivotal to the learning experience. We live together, we cook together, and we see this as a sign of radical care. So we try to do everything from together, and we try to abolish this distinction between participants and organizers. And that's also part of our emergent structure. There is no top-down approach. It's actually everyone that contributes to the learning that happens during the week, and it's a very horizontal organization. Another aspect that for us is very important is the relationship to the territory and the relationship to the people inhabiting this territory. So we invite every year the participants of our summer school to discover the territory, and they are given access to bikes, which I know it sounds really trivial, but it really sets a very nice space for everyone to go out there, to encounter people, and to discover the territory around them. And we punctuate the activities of the summer school with different workshops and lectures by international guest speakers to give more inputs across the process of each summer school participant. Another core aspect of the summer school is the interaction with stakeholders. We're very much focused on our territory, on Southwest Flanders. So the way we approach every year the program is that we choose a global theme, but we link it to hyper-local case studies, and we look for local experts that can give their knowledge to the summer school participants. So we organize on the day zero of the summer school what we call field trips, where participants can cycle around from one expert to the next to really gain their experience. And then the beauty of the outcomes is that the stakeholders' experience is then merged with the individual experience of all the participants. And at the end of this week, the participants come up with different interventions that can be real products, speculative products, service blueprints, architectural interventions. We really welcome a wide range, a plethora of design interventions. And we take a lot of pride in saying that half of the interventions that came out from the previous 2 editions of the summer school are actually being taken forward by the stakeholders that the participants were collaborating with. So this is very important for us. We are actually creating change and creating impact at the local scale, which is so good. So, as I mentioned earlier, we have been running for 2 years. We had 2 editions, the first one being Living Waterscapes, that dealt with challenges around water, as the name says. And the second one, the 2022 edition, was called Living Blocks, and was focusing on the futures of social habitats. And we had the pleasure of welcoming more than 40 students from 15 European countries, from different walks of lives and background, and who were actually originally from the larger world. So within those 40 students' faces, there is much more histories that are being represented. And we also take pride in saying that some of the alumni of the first edition came back for the second edition. Thanks to our ever-evolving methodology, we are able to welcome them back and to give them more knowledge. And also some of the alumni of the second edition joined the organizational board to create the second edition. So we are hoping that in the future we'll be able to welcome more and more alumni to join our organization. So that was it from me. I would like to invite you to join us for the 2023 edition, Living Makeshifts, where we're going to focus on shifting the way we make space. For this edition, we're going to focus on a very hands-on curriculum focused on local craft. Okay, so that was all. Thank you. Are there any questions in the room? I see there is another mic that maybe we can pass along if anyone has any burning questions. Yes, please. Great. I think...
Okay, now, Elena, thank you for the presentation. Welcome on board. I have one burning question, because this question we pose ourselves all the time. How do you get the stakeholders on board?
Yes, so we're very, very lucky that we are partnering with two organizations, Bolwerk and Hangarka, who have been working in the territory for many, many years and have a very large network of different stakeholders. So we rely on their knowledge and on their network. They have done most of the work for us. We just come along and are like, hey, we'd like to work on this theme, who could be good to involve, and we connect with these people. And I must say, people in Southwest Flanders are very, very happy to collaborate with us. So I think it's just a matter of lucky coincidence and a lot of work. We're just building on top of the work that has already been done for many, many years.
Now, yes.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could elaborate more on the selection criteria of the program participants. And then also, you mentioned underrepresented communities and whether you have their participation and whether there's a certain criteria or how do they approach you, or, you know, what kind of communication do you have for this merge, so to speak?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have different local communities and local organizations that actually do the groundwork to reach the local underrepresented communities. So we tried to reach international underrepresented communities online, and then we have local organizations who actually do the groundwork to reach out to the communities that are underrepresented locally. So we try to do a bit of a mix in terms of representation, and the criteria are different for selection, are different every year because of the different topic and the different methodologies, but we always aim to have a bit of a mix. So yeah, thanks. No, we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell us if there are any other similar organization in Belgium, or you are unique over there?
I want to say we are unique, but possibly not. I'm not sure. I think we are unique in a sense that we are Kortrijk base, which is a very special location because it's part of the large Eurometropolis with Lille and Tournai. So it's also a cross-border partnership between Belgium and France. So I think in terms of location, we are unique in a way. And I'm not sure. My answer is I'm not sure whether there are similar experiences. If there are, if any of you knows, please, I'd love to connect and to expand our network. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sorry to taking the mic. Elena, thank you and very, very welcome. Let's give her another. Okay, we are really happy that Living Summer School has joined LINA. The official start of the collaboration is going to be in June 2023 for the next year LINA Architecture Programme, but of course we are looking forward to work with you as much as we can already in this year. Okay, welcome everyone, welcome all the fellows. We are going to start now with the panels. So we are going to have 5 panels today. Each of the panels should last for approximately 30 minutes. It's going to be a challenge, you know, time-wise. But we are really looking forward to these panels and to these short presentations. And you will see that the panels have some titles, but they're really broad titles. There's going to be some projects which might be connected to that, maybe a bit more, maybe someone a little bit less. Okay, so let me just highlight some topics regarding these panels. The first is that we are going to have 25 fellows presentations, and all these fellows have been selected by LINA members at the LINA Open Call for Projects, and they are going to present their project today, and then, if chosen, work with the LINA members. As I said, 5 panels, and let me start with the first one. So the first panel is called Reuse Housing, and I would like now to invite to the stage to join me Till Hoffmann, Edward Fernandez, Mariam Chebani, Fabian Puttinger is going to be joining us online, and Jonas Ilgman. Oh, so lovely to see you all. Okay, so we will go with the presentation as it is on the schedule. And the first project we would like to present is the project Haus Brautingen by Till Hoffmann and his colleagues. So our first presenter is going to be Till Hoffmann, who is coming from a non-profit association, Haus Brautingen. I certainly haven't pronounced that correctly, but you will correct me. So this association is run by 15 researchers and practitioners from architecture, landscape, and regional planning. And I'm certain Till is going to break the ice with a nice presentation. So Till, please.
Hello, yeah, I think you can hear me. I'm just going to sit here. I think, is the presentation going to start?
Yes,
okay.
yes. But maybe let's wait for Luca, so he is going to do that. Yes, we see the pictures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, the title of the talk is Vacancies as Spatial Resources. My name is Till Hoffmann. I'm an architect from Germany. I'm currently working as a teaching and research assistant with Verena von Beckerath at Bauhaus University Weimar. My colleague, Maria Fröhlich-Kulig, she's sitting right there. She's also working at Bauhaus University at the Department of Landscape Architecture. So my colleague and I are representing the association Haus Bräutigam, and thank you for pronouncing it quite correctly here today. So we're currently a group of 15 people, and I'm going to announce that Maria is going to take over at the panel discussion afterwards. So thank you. Haus Bräutigam is a vacant former Sommerfrische house in the rural area of Schwarzertal, East Germany. And as such, part of the former GDR, a late 19th century romantic idea of a timbered house, and at the same time, a formerly owned owner-led hotel in the woods of the Thuringian forest. It exemplifies demographic, economic, and social changes in the area over the last decades. Since 2019, our non-profit association has saved the house from demolition and has been taking care of the house, its renovation and restoration in a collaborative approach. Despite being a construction site, Haus Bräutigam serves as a temporary collaborative living and working place. The place raises questions on how to save and renovate a typical piece of architecture in the region. Low-tech, climate-friendly, and with circular approach to building materials, and aiming at high-quality Baukultur. Therefore, it raises awareness of topics such as heritage, spatial resources, common grounds, ecosystems, craftsmanship, mobility, and local production of goods and food. Haus Bräutigam e.V. works in different formats, from hands-on workshops to cooperation with related regional projects such as the International Building Exhibition Thüringen. We actively question how the building might serve as a place to learn together and how it relates to the local community. Therefore, we understand Haus Bräutigam as a model project on how to rebuild and reuse vacant buildings in a rural setting with a minimal footprint to create a place that is operated and used commonly. Our Bauschule workshops are a way to learn, experiment, and educate towards a sustainable and regional architecture. Next, we would like to establish a Reallabor or living lab that explores strategies towards autarky in terms of energy supply, water and material cycles in an interdisciplinary approach. Because new ways of learning come along with different spaces of learning, our long-term vision for Haus Bräutigam is to initiate a micro-university embedded into an international network. We are looking forward to discussing with you what exactly that might be. We're also very happy to share with you the first issue of Haus Bräutigam magazine. Maria is going to point that out for you. Should it stay or should it go is the title, and it is a reflection upon our own approach towards circularity. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Till. Perfect. I didn't tell at the beginning that we will have questions at the end when all the presentations have already been made. So perfect. Thank you for breaking our ice for these presentations. Our next presenter is Eduard Fernandez. He is coming from the organization Self-Office, which is a small practice that operates between architecture, landscape, and academia. And he will present the project Infrastructure of Resistance. So, Eduard.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So yes, our office is called Self-Office. It's together with Laura Solsona that we started this research project called Infrastructures of Resistance, right? So the main thing, what is Infrastructures of Resistance? What's the meaning of that title? We are focusing on a series of interventions, like strategies, to reuse housing, as the name of this panel, but with a certain focus on a very specific typology, which is social housing states that were built over the 50s and the 60s, that now present either a very poor living conditions or that they have been absorbed by the real estate market, right? So in that sense, this research targets that typology, and rather than let's say building a new housing institution, that we believe that this urban fabric really became and embodied a certain political attitude in that time, which was to house people and their workers for so workers and families after the Second World War in a very quick period. So let's say very quickly. In our case, we are, let's say, trying to implement a series of strategies that can upgrade those typologies into today's contemporary needs, right? So infrastructure of resistance, they translate into a series of partial demolitions, attachments, infrastructural objects, so different ways to really update those buildings. In the other hand, so the images that are passing by here, it's the first iteration of this research, which took place at the University of Technology in Sydney, where we were teaching. And the interesting thing about that is that it was within the School of Architecture, but it wasn't with architect students. It was, in fact, with interior architect students. And I think that's quite important, and in relation with what we were talking yesterday, that probably our generation is not building new forms or brandly new buildings anymore, but rather reusing and rehabilitating, right? So the students there, they work with that typology, which is vernacular from Sydney. It's called a townhouse, and it's ground floor level +1. They are repeated like in a big plot, 8 buildings of them. And basically they are like a series of interventions that turn that into a collective housing complex. Let's say extensions of corridors, making accessible some of these areas. The idea is that part of the program of this social housing fabric was thought in order that it kind of helps real estate market to absorb that typology and to kind of become part of the market. So they eventually become an economic asset. The idea to collectivize those buildings is to study with the students what parts of the domestic realm can be actually emptied from those units in order to change and adapt those units to new family structures, gender, like the way that we live together today. And with that, collectivize some of these parts in order to break that repetition, right? That was quite defining of this kind of social housing states, and that has caused, let's say, margination problems. So we're working on that realm, and probably we are now looking to develop that project further in other territories with the same aim, and with other, let's say, educational and cultural institutions around the globe. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Edward. I'm sorry. So our next presenter is Miriam Chebani with the project Sacred Grounds. And I have to emphasize, this is really not a reuse housing project. So, but she was kind enough to stick with us and the program we made. So yeah, it's something else, as you will see. Okay, so Miriam Chebani is coming from the organization New South, which is an architecture, anthropology, and urban design practice based in Paris. Miriam is collaborating within this project with Rabi Ben Hadid, who is a structural engineer coming from Tunisia. And she will present, as said, the project Secret Grants. So Miriam, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Miriam. I am the founder of New South, which is both a built project practice and research practice. And the project that I'm here to present today kind of bridges the gap between the two. To clarify maybe the field of our research very broadly, I think what we're interested in is north-south dynamics. So really what we're talking about is power. And that power, whether it's an imbalance, because generally that's the situation that we're dealing with, or how to redistribute it is at the heart of every single project that we develop. And so for Sacred Grounds, what we're looking at is very broadly at the notion of the sacred as a way to tackle the climate crisis. So we read this really interesting book by Mohammed, oh shit, I forgot his name. And he's a friend, he's gonna kill me. Okay, it will come back to me by the end. But it's called Des Empires sous la Terre, so Empires Underground. And that really was a transformative read because it's a historical look at the secularization of Europe and how that paved the way for extractivism and capitalism, stemming from this idea that from the moment that the ground is dead, from the moment you do not believe that it is being inhabited by invisibility, by things that go beyond your capacity of understanding and control, then you are free to extract and to take from that ground. So we thought it was a really interesting way to look at it because it brings to the foreground practices from the global south. And I'm thinking of practices of stewardship of the ground from indigenous populations, but also practices of care and maintenance. And we've seen an example of that yesterday with the mosque in Djenné, which is an earth building that has lasted for 100 years and is being maintained every year through collective care. So this project, basically, to summarize it very quickly, is a pavilion project that we developed for SIVA in Brussels that will be, so there was a first prototype done there last summer, and it will be finally built as a permanent pavilion in Saint-Étienne in France, next to Lyon. And it's a pavilion that explores decorative pattern from Islamic architecture and explores how it can be and become an innovative structural system, because this is a dome. It's a vault that's made entirely out of ceramic. So it was designed together with Radi Ben Hadid, and it was manufactured by Gorban Ceramics in Istanbul, which is in between crafts and industrialization, and that's basically what we're looking at, is how do we also bring this to the mainstream and create this as like a bigger project. I'm going to stop here, and if you're interested in more details, we can talk about it later.
Thank you, Miriam. Our next presenter is Fabian Puttinger, coming from Austria. Unfortunately, he was not able to be with us today. He applied with a project called Metamorphose, which is a speculative and open online archive project based in Vienna. So I hope we have his short presentation on the video. Branko?
Hi, my name is Fabian. I'm joining you from Vienna to share some thoughts on my project called Metamorphose. Back in 2003, I was 12 years old. The largest housing block in my hometown Linz, built for the workers of the city's steel factory, was detonated. At the time, it was the largest detonation of a building in Europe. My whole family went there to see it. It was celebrated by public officials and presented as the necessary step into a better future for inhabitants. The sheer force of the detonation stunned and silenced all of us, and for a moment it seemed like everyone in the crowd understood how destructive and short-sighted this was. But then the crowd started to cheer. As multiple crises intensify in the hot autumn of 2022, when the climate crisis is picking up speed and everything continues to remain in the normal course of private gains and socialized losses, events like these are seen in a different lens. Commodification and the relationships of private property play a significant role in the destruction of social housing. All across Europe, the reconstruction period after the Second World War was characterized by the main aim to provide as many apartments as possible as quickly as possible. This resulted in a little-loved typology, in German, the Plattenbau. Paradoxically, as studies in Vienna and other European cities show, the quality of these old and unpretentious housing ensembles is better than most of the newly built real estate products that often replace the Plattenbau. The ecological question is inextricably linked to the social one. We need a temporary halt to building demolitions and a revision of current regulations. To continue, to extend, to enlarge, instead of demolition and reconstruction, is more ecological, more economical, more gentle, and more optimistic. It is also more creative, as French architects like Caton and Vassal put it recently. So we should regard the social housing estates as hidden treasures that have to be improved and extended constantly, simply because we won't be able to build as much in the future without extractivism. We need bold strategies from architects and young builders for sustainably improving and extending existing housing ensembles that go beyond repainting. That is why this project aims at extending approximately 34,000 Plattenbau flats in Vienna. So, what will happen to the large-scale housing ensembles all over Europe during the coming European renovation wave? Will they be demolished or detonated? Will they be clad with toxic waste? No, they will go through metamorphose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fabian. Fabian is going to be with us online for questions afterwards. Okay, and we conclude this first panel with Angelika Hinterbrender. Have I pronounced this correctly?
Almost.
Okay, you will correct me. The project she's going to present is How Is This Going? We Need to Talk. And this project was actually it's a project from the organization spaceforfuture.org, which is a framework fostering research, communication, and connection between actors in the built environment and spatial policies all over Europe. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invite. We wanted to level up the gender equality on the panel, so I jumped in for Jonas. I would like to point out to the other members of the team. We're 6 people, and there's Jonas Illigman, who is based in Brussels, here today as well, and there's as well Rebecca Hirschberg and Jomo Ruderer, that are both based in Austria and that are joining us today as well. Thank you for the introduction. You almost explained the entire project. So Space for Future, and I'll actually talk not so much about the project, but rather about the thinking approach of Space for Future itself as a practice, is a collective of 6 people. Additionally, whom I did not mention yet, is Julius Grambo, who is part of the team. He's based in London. And then Martin Röck, who is a researcher currently based in Cologne and Leuven, who is part of the team as well. And this already gives a hint of what we're actually doing. As you mentioned, Space for Future is a practice. Can we have the slides already? Yeah, we have the slides. Ah, perfect. Super. A research and communication on practice of facilitation and communication. So we are moving between a lot of different topics, focusing on the built environment and spatial policy. So moving a bit further away even from the built in terms of like how we're actually constructing, but rather into the macro scale of the built environment architects are moving within. The topics that you can see on this slide are pretty diverse as well, and here you can see as well the jump in scale we're actually willing to approach with the project. So from questions of property and new models of ownership up to climate crisis and how that is integrated in the methods of building space and architecture. We are, according to our personal interests, tackling a lot of different topics. And we're actually questioning how we look at the housing topic in Europe. So here you can see a map that tries to point out, on one hand, that's the black numbers, the ownership rate in the different countries. And then you can see with the green numbers, how much what part of the population is overburdened by the living costs. So you can see that there is a huge difference within the countries. I'm from Germany. In Germany, the ownership rate is pretty low, so it's a renter's country. So how are we actually able to talk about housing all over Europe when the basic situation is so different from country to country? So that's one part of the project, really understanding what is actually happening. And this is as well why we are asking, how's it going? What is your context? What are you doing? To approach the entire topic through questions. And then, of course, one of the main topics is as well the climate crisis. And we heard that yesterday already, and I'm just showing these numbers again because I think it's crucial for architects to just have this in mind and to have this as well in clear numbers. Architecture, or the built environment rather, is responsible for 40% of the CO2 emissions. So it's like actually we're playing a huge role, as we heard yesterday, in influencing where the industry, or where the industry is going, is having a big impact on the entire climate crisis. So, and to put this all together, this is the mess of complexity we are in, and this is how we think. This is how the base of the project is thinking in complexities and different scales and trying to connect all these different topics. So if we see supply chains that are broken through COVID crisis, how is that influencing the financialization of the housing market? How does the interest rate of the EZB that is currently rising connected with the decline of the economy overall, and how does that play back into the housing market? So to really understand the complexities and connections and to play that back in the next step into the architectural field and to policymakers to understand better what is actually happening, and as well the larger public to understand better what is happening, like in the large scale, and then coming back to living scale, let's say, is one of the goals of the project. And I'm closing with this. Within the next 5 years, we're aiming to build a think tank that is tackling exactly that questions. We would like to be able to leverage synergies and bundle forces. This is already what we are doing in working together with these different approaches. Because housing is not just a European topic, but of global concern.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm sure we have questions, and now we have 10 minutes for that. Oh, there is people from Rome having... wait for a mic, please, because if not, the people on the stream are not going to hear.
No, the only thing is, thank you, everything is super clear. I would expect from the fellows to give us an idea of how they would think their project can be communicated. This is not a prize, this is not a grant. So you are interacting with 25, 26, you know, this dynamic number. So what would you like to use to communicate your project? Is this an exhibition you have in mind? It's, I mean, an installation in Mariam's case. So I'm waiting for something that help us also to understand how to interact and help you to understand how to interact with all these institutions, because this is not, we're not clients. We are like doing exhibitions, we're doing books, we're doing all this kind of media, no? We're using architecture media. So what kind of architecture medium would be the best? And this is not only for you, it's mostly for the one who will present after you, or probably for the next weeks, because this would make it easier to understand what can come out of this interaction, I think, because we're not giving a prize to a project in this case, of course. That's it. No, I love the presentation, they're all wonderful. We love them forever.
Thank you. Okay, can we do a round of answering for that? Okay.
I will try to start answering. I mean, for our project, a lot is communicating and translating knowledge. So one of the, let's say, medias or results is actually doing the graphics and showing like the numbers and putting that into more understandable forms. Social media is a huge like channel then, but the development of the formats we're planning to do with whomever we collaborate with should actually be part of like finding out if we could actually work together. So the format development itself would be part of the collaboration if someone is up for doing that. But this is kind of like where we have a background, so I think it's easy to do it. To gather the data, or I try to approach this differently. The big challenge or chance we see in collaborating with LINA is that we have the chance to go to different places. So ideally, it would be great to learn about the place, gather the data, and then translate it into a really nice format that shows what is actually happening at this place where we are.
Perfect. Miriam?
No, but there's two things. Obviously, there is the project that we're presenting, which, you know, we did the pavilion, so I think it's just a pavilion, it's not going to be something else. But secondly, it's also, we're here to meet the members and also to kind of lay out our fields of research to see if that, you know, corresponds in any way to something that you're already developing in-house, and whether we can take it further together. So in terms of format, I think we're going to have to figure it out together.
Maybe regarding the project Haus Bräutigam, which is a rather concrete thing without concrete. We are all from research and from the research perspective, but also the architectural practice. And we experiment with formats, as Till already said. So we see many overlaps in terms of the workshop formats, just the summer schools that you, the living summer schools that you mentioned before. And we hope to get input, meet people who have already experiences with those formats, because the house only can be alive when there are many people doing something, because one very big problem, of course, we face is the funding and the financing of the whole thing, and we try to find alternative ways and be a model project on how to do this. And I think this is a perfect platform to actually get in touch with many people and projects that face the similar problems.
Well, in our case, probably we are, since it started as a pedagogical project, I guess that we want to keep going in that line. We really enjoyed the exchange of ideas with the students, so I guess that targets summer schools, workshops, some sort of, as it was said before, para-architectural, I don't know where is she now? The Living Summer Workshop. So I guess all that group, and I guess as the research side of the story would be probably to as Miriam was saying, to show all that information in a way that it's understandable for a bigger audience. So that probably includes exhibitions or talks about that matter in order to keep, so the idea is to keep evolving those topics with different people, students and a bigger audience.
Okay, thank you. And we will ask also Fabian. Have you heard the question via Zoom?
Yeah, hi. Thanks.
Hi.
As the idea behind Metamorphosis is quite simple, I was working, as you saw, with images, photographs and renderings and texts, and it is so far based on an online platform that is gathering as many of these examples as possible to show the sheer potential. And in that way, I would also like to develop it further, but I would also be very open to develop new media or new ways to tackle this kind of huge mass of potential to really make that graspable.
Thank you. Do we have, I hope people that you got the answer more or less? Great. Okay, we can have another question if there is any. Boštjan, yes?
Does it work? Hello, Boštjan Bogrič from Architecture. I would like just to have one comment and a question for Space for Future. So, as the LINA community tends to be inclusive, collaborative, I just was missing a bit, two voids in your map, like for Bosnia, Herzegovina and Macedonia, which you just skip out. Bosnia, 2 points. And also there was a bit of, this is the question actually. This is just a comment. So there is a lot of missing data also for the Eastern Europe. So I think it would be really nice to have this kind of, because the panel is called Reuse Housing. So my question is, besides this inclusive approach, how will you target these institutions in different countries? How will you communicate with them and deliver actually the results? And will you be able to deliver also a bit more deep analysis of the data, not just the collection of the data at the end? Thank you.
So that's a range of questions. So first, the representation. We of course combined data of different sources because it's like 2 data points we had. So we had to use the ones that were even available, and then, as you said, there were certain data points even missing because the map was just too full. But this can be, of course, done inclusively and with everyone. So that should, of course, be the goal. It was not the goal to exclude people. I mentioned that the topic is, in general, not only a European topic, but rather a global topic. We're aware of the topic. But if you don't find the data, you cannot just use any data, no? So, just to answer your question, I totally understand it. This is absolutely a criticism that is, needed. Yeah. Okay, good. No, but we added. Yeah. So then the second one was how we're gonna tackle all the institutions. Can you just Like, what do you actually mean with that?
Not the institutions, but I mean, let's say in each country, so you have probably different institutions with who will you collaborate for connecting also the data and communication with the LINA members. I mean, do you have some idea where you will go, or will you do online? Will you
So we did
visit
already
the countries?
We did one workshop already in Vilnius with Martinas is already here. What works really well and what is really super interesting is to work with the people that are there, because then you have as well this aspect of how do people perceive the housing situation. So ideally we would go somewhere, do a workshop, and like additionally to do the research, we would have experts that are there and have the knowledge, because like one point is as well of bringing things together that are already there. There is a lot of research done on housing already. It's not a topic that we're like finding for the first time. So this is actually one point as well, bringing things together and connecting the dots, if that is answering your question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't see no hands anymore. So there is a really quick one. Let's say a really quick one. Wait for the mic.
No, just a short addition to Bippo's remark, because also we in House of Architecture, we want also to do to connect some of you and to do a workshop. So that means we don't take a ready project, but we want to go further, also in the frame of circumstances of the climate change, and we have some things in mind. So the question would be also to all of you, if you're open to just develop something and not just bring your own project with you and to want it to be exhibited.
Who will start? Eduardo, will you? It's working, I think.
No, yeah. Yes, of course, the answer is yes, but I guess that as in our case, it was a topic that was of our interest. I think that cooperativism is something that it's actually now quite present as an alternative way and of living, and as to find, let's say, counter-hegemonic models that question ownership societies, let's say. So definitely yes. But we are also open to just like shift that conversation to another field in order to keep talking about similar matters. Yeah.
I would say from the Haus Bräutigam side that we're really open for networking and questions, because just this one house, I mean, we only have this one question now, should it stay or should it go, that we are trying to face in our first magazine, as I can show it to you. And there's so many other questions. The next one we are discussing is it enough? You know, there are so many things, and so we would be really happy to be networking and to get in touch with people having questions that go beyond just the simple construction of the house.
I think the answer for everyone is pretty much yes, but, and it depends on exactly the conditions, etc.
Okay. What about you?
As suggested before, for us it's rather a thinking model than one specific project. So the Space for Future is aiming to create projects that have an impact, and as long as we see, and especially in connecting with others, there is always like something that you can create impact with. So it would of course be a possibility for us as well to go somewhere, to not do the format of like gathering data, researching on housing, but rather bring in our thinking framework to other projects as well.
Thank you. Fabian, have you heard the question?
Yes,
Okay.
For me, of course, the answer is yes as well. And I also saw my project as a starting point. It's also not meant to stay in Austria or in Vienna even, of course. So I would be very happy to develop ideas around that further.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, fellows, for these presentations. Thank you, Fabian, and thank you, Okay, so we start with the next panel. Thank you for your presentations, and I give now the microphone to Mateusz. Everything is going to shift.
Hello, so next panel is titled Reframe the Landscape, and I invite Katarzyna Krupiczkova, Jonathan Steiger, Willy Vogel, and Anne-Katrine Verdict. Mirto Del Micali will be joining us via Zoom.
I just have a very short technical remark for the next panel. All the LINA fellows who are on stage with the microphone, can I kindly ask you not to shut off the microphone on the small sliding scale? It's going to be turned on. Our technician is looking at you and seeing when you take over the microphone. Thanks.
So we start with Katarzyna Krupiczkova. Hello. Katarzyna is working with the office Zwale and Krupiczkova that is based in Basel and Prague. They work at the junction between architecture, landscape, architecture and urban planning. And she will present the project titled Appeal for Trampling Vegetation.
Yes, thank you very much. So as it was said, I'm representing here one part from our office. I'm an architect and I work together with a landscape architect, Martin Zwalen, and we actually cover all the overlapping topics between architecture and landscape architecture. We met during our studies at ETH because we were both studying architecture, but nowadays we actually shifted our interest to urban planning, landscape architecture, and now currently I'm rather working on diverse neighborhood projects. So for LINA, we submitted an idea. The idea was about the use of trampling vegetation that we came across lately during our work. It appears as an unnoticed form of a vegetation. The picture that you might see on the screen is a blurry trampling plans from Basel. These communities have accompanied us since the beginning of mankind, and they develop smart strategies for using us people to spread their seeds on our feet. So we are actually the one that help them to spread all around into the gaps and cracks. They survive extreme conditions like sun exposure, lack of water, oxygen, and despite all, some of these plants are found off the red list of threatened species because the environment cannot be protected. While researching built projects that consciously and unconsciously display the habitat of trampling vegetations, we have chosen two for you. The first reference picture, you see a walkway leading to Acropolis von Dimitris Pikoinos. In his project, he assembled different shapestones that he found on site and recreated a path system. In this case, plants start to grow in the mineral field thanks to open joints. The two drawings by Giovanni Battista Piranesi that are just upcoming, you find some of the basic rules for old-time constructions of the roads without sealing of the top layer where the water can drain to the ground, allowing the plants to settle. The last image is a poster. Okay, the last image is coming, and it's a poster that we submitted on the topic of architecture and activism, in our case, landscape architecture and activism, organized by the University of Bern. So for the clean Swiss streets, we handed an appeal for dirt, cracks, and imperfection. We call for no asphalt paths for your comfort. Cities are looking for solutions to reduce the heat waves, mostly happening in the asphalt desert. We believe that trampling vegetation can contribute to this topic as a part of the design. Well, as practitioners, we would be happy to deepen our ongoing research and test it in different environments and collaborations. Thank you.
So next is Jonathan Steiger. He's coming from Amsterdam. He's an artist, and his approach is including wide range techniques from video to sculpture, writing. He also works on the topics of landscape, aesthetics, and urbanism. and he will present us the project Roadside Gallery.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Well, I was actually very happy when I read the title that was given to our panel, Reframe the Landscape. I think it would be hard to describe my practice more concisely, so thank you for that. The project Roadside Greenery is the first of a series of multiple topographical films that I'm working on, second one being completed right now. And with this project, it all started when I found at the city archives a bunch of photographs that documented the construction of Amsterdam's peripheral motorway. So in the photographs, I could see that the earthworks and a few bridges have been completed, but there was still no trace of asphalt or any other infrastructure. And I was surprised by how open and accessible the construction site seemed. And you could tell that it has already been taken over by a rich rural vegetation, but also by people that were using the site for their leisure. But it also intrigued me in its aesthetical freshness. It was very much the antithesis to the myth of wilderness. And I think it shows very much the beauty of what I would call a hybrid landscape. So a landscape that's shaped by both human and non-human processes. So by fictionally prolonging this construction process, I mean, needless to say that the motorway eventually was built, by fictionally making it an eternal construction site, I set out to explore the ecological, social, and aesthetic potential of such a place that is constantly changing. And I think this idea of landscape as a process instead of a fixed entity is really at the core of this project. So I'm an artist myself, but I think this applies to all planning disciplines, that we have to stop just designing end results, but instead think of how the space and things are during the process, whilst we are changing them. And so to come back to the title of this panel, I think it's worth noting that before we change anything in the landscape, we really have to reframe it. We have to be aware that landscape, or in my perception, landscape is first of all a cultural lens or a product of our imagination. And I think to challenge this cultural lens with which we perceive the world is what I can contribute as an artist. Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is present via Zoom. This is Mirto Del Micali. She's a choreographer, researcher, and curator based in Athens. And part of her work refers to the performativity of public spaces and the sensorial approach of choreography. She will present as the project Dwindlescapes, Practices of Affection.
This is the project that it is called Dwindling Landscapes. I will now encourage you to close your eyes for a couple of minutes and to try to sense your body and the environment that is around. Breathe in and out and try to relax your body as much as possible. Try to sense the environment through your skin. Imagine that your skin is breathing. Now focus on an area in your body and feel this area as part of a landscape. Imagine it to be a rock, a land, grass, a glacier, some ground, Breathe in and out, and softly open your eyes. Hi, I am Myrto, and I am Danai. I am a choreographer. I am a light designer. We are both curious to research the body memory as a notion that can connect our bodies with the landscapes through the somatic listening of the space. Not willing to have the power, not willing to dominate. The layers of the ground have their memories, their time perception, and their narratives. We will create some practices to share those narratives through a choreography for the landscape. Our friends are sound artists and space researchers. They're gonna help us to find ways to do that. For sure, we would like to research the various somatic narratives that are part of the experience of coexistence with the landscape that is dwindling. We wish to find a way to create a place of commemoration of this landscape within our bodies. We will also find ways to make those narratives be spread and shared later in our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Myrto. The next project we are going to see is titled Gestures of Care. It's Fili Vogel, who is here with us. She comes from the studio Inkscape, which focuses on designing spatial strategies and installations and experiences that focus on human, non-human interactions. And we will present the project Gestures of Care.
So hello everyone, thank you for inviting us. I'm part of Studio Inkscape and I came here together with Eileen, who is in the back. My background is in architecture and also in philosophy. I also still work at the TU Delft, that is where we met, me and Eileen, but also our third companion who is not here today, Charlotte, and she is an urbanist. Often we actually work in an even bigger team, so we are quite interdisciplinary, ranging from civil engineer to philosophy or anthropology. And the aim is to, as already introduced, is to bring non-humans in non-human voices in the design process. What you see in the back is an installation and serious game we made last year, or finished last year. It's actually a bigger research which is still ongoing. And in this installation, it's called Oosterschelde Negotiations. So it's in the southwestern part of the Netherlands, and it talks or discusses actually the future of the Dutch Delta region. And the players are asked to represent human and non-human actors and are faced with certain dilemmas and then try to figure out how the future landscape would look like. It's based also on network thinking by the philosopher Bruno Latour and tries to enlarge this democratic system. We also invited a lot of policymakers to play this game, and it was really fun to see how they interacted with it. So this installation is now transformed into a sort of workshop, which is called Gestures of Maintenance. And what you see in the back, I don't know if it's on, but it was a workshop we did in Amstel Park, Amsterdam, where we invited visitors to think about who is actually maintaining this park and also what maintenance then actually means if you invite non-humans in this arena. So the aim is to generate input for our own practice with this method and also understanding network thinkings for ourselves and for the audience. And the last image you saw was a spatial statement we made, which is then another way of figuring out how networks think, but then through rhythms. And as said, this is part of an ongoing research where we made this spatial statement, and we really would like to kind of see how this workshop can be transformed in more like like bigger design or larger design proposals. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Billy. And our last presenter this panel is Anne-Katrien Verticht. She will present the project Open Streets 22, Maritime Neighborhood. Anne-Katrien comes from the organization called Filtre Café, Filtre Atelier. Did I pronounce it right? It grew out of a citizens' movement and has set itself the goal of developing concrete solutions and spatial visions of the future.
Hello, good morning. So yes, I'm Anne-Katrien Verricht. I'm a practicing architect in Brussels together with Jan Terroucourt. Next to that, I'm a visiting professor at University of Ghent. And last but not least, I'm an activist for Filtre Café Filtre. Lotte is here as well. She's also from Filtre Café. What we saw yesterday was we had an overview of the emergencies. We all know these emergencies. And we had a tipping point where we said, okay, now we need action. And it was a television program in Belgium about air quality in school environments. And we saw our own children passing down the screen, and we were saying, okay, now it's enough, now we have to do something. So we started an action that was, we never meant to be an activist, but we started an action closing down the street of the school, inviting the press, doing activities in the school street, inviting politicians to say, guys, this is not going anymore like this. We want our children to live in a healthy and livable city. We're living in the city, we are part of the solution, so find a solution. So it was an action that was much bigger than we ever thought. So there were 200 schools in the end participating every week, closing down streets and so on. And we had a huge impact on the elections. So the power changed completely. They said they were the coalition of the good air, of the quality of air. And what we noticed as well, that there were a lot of architects and spatial planner, urbanist specialists around that school street screaming for solutions. And we were like talking high level of the solutions. And we said, okay, maybe we have to do something next to screaming, we have to find solutions. So we made the atelier and we bring people together in workshops, we think about solutions, and we use the power of imagination, the power we have as an architect to create things that are not there yet, to give a positive view. We don't talk about less cars, we talk about more mobility, and we want to show what can happen next to this, because imagining and showing people, the broader audience, what can happen. We also want to show what you can do in the street. When you close down the street, there's a lot of things that can happen. So we do a lot of street actions, let's say, on different scales. But one of our projects is the Open Streets, is the whole summer. So we went to cultural institutions such as Canal Centre Pompidou, and we created the summer a neighborhood where every week we take another street where we close it down. And what happens then is gigantic. So people are coming out, it's a social space. So we see really the street as a key space for transition, where everything comes together. We have the climate, the heat stress, we have the green, we have energy, the energy question, we have the social question, and we really believe this street is a space where it can happen. And so, yeah, we try to convince people by this double way of acting. So maybe I want to conclude with, we as an architect, we already are a specialist that are bringing together all teams. We have a spatial translation of what needs to be done, but we also have the power of imagination on which we can use to convince people, the broader audience. Thank you.
Thank you. So, a question for everyone. So, what would you like to achieve with your project if you connect it into a program of LINA members.
Should I start? Okay. Well, in our case, we submitted really just an idea. It's like one ingredient of the whole complex question how to redesign our public spaces and outside spaces. So for us, we're looking forward really to meet some new people, give you an idea, make a kind of a commercial for these plans, and try to design.
Okay. Thank you.
For me, I think I don't really have a goal for this project, Roadside Greenery, but what I can bring is a methodology, and that's what I'm working with. And I'm now shamelessly exploiting this term, but I think, I like to reframe things, and that's what I hope to bring into the LINA community.
I think for us it's also more like a method. It's very site-specific, and therefore we would like to also use it in different contexts. Also, maybe we would like to kind of explore in a more spatial way, as you saw in the image, like with these threads, but maybe it can be even like more like maintain or like stay there for longer and raise this awareness of like what ecology can mean and how we can interact with our environment.
Mirta, can...
Yes, hello.
Did you hear the question?
For us, yes. So for us, it's more a research about body and landscape and how we can find a sustainable way to coexist without imposing power or without constructing structures of power and dominating behaviors. So for us, it's more a way to research further how and if we can coexist with the landscapes and feel all those somatic parameters that are not having any connection to dominate the space. That's our main focus at the moment.
Thank you.
I think we have two ways. We have a huge library of imaginations, but also we work with the best photographers, so convincing by image, that would be one thing. And another thing, there was like a little paper saying you have 1 minute left, so I was kind of stressed and I didn't said that we also do a lot of work of experiments. So putting middle term and short term interventions like experiments in the street, like putting roses. We made a model filter to take out transit traffic. So that's also something we really like to do, is every time find another experiment in public space.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Would you like to ask each other a question?
I just want to ask for the summer streets. You do every street. You do something different, if I understand right. So it's not the same things you install. You do every street. You try to make something different.
We have a kind of method by doing, so we kind of do similar things in every street, but we see two things. That is, every street, although it's in the same neighborhood, is completely different. It has other hours of functioning and so on. And the second thing is we really look for interesting elements. For example, an elderly house, that's a street we really like to do. Or we also worked with an institution with people with a mental disability. So that's also a street we did, and it's a completely different way of functioning, and some beautiful things are coming up. You see that the neighborhood starts caring for these people. There was a person who ran away, and the whole neighborhood was looking for that person. So we do kind of the same things, but it's completely different in the end.
I think it's a very great project. I like it very much.
Thank you. More questions from the audience? Yes, there's a hand raised on the other side.
Yes, hi. I was wondering, I have a question to the Filter Cafe. So what is the time frame that you spend, because as I understood, you worked on different locations. So what is the duration and the time frame that you spend on each location? How long of a process that is?
This year, because it was the third year we organized it, so the first year we only did it in one street and it was a whole summer. Then the next year we did it in 7 locations spread out in Brussels, and it was always 1 week, something like that. And this year we concentrated on the neighborhood, and every week we took another street during the summer. So it was around 9 weeks, every week another street.
Thank you very much.
Someone else?
I have a question for all of you. Are you aiming with your project to influence only locally, or do you have in mind also larger influence in the future?
Is it? Yeah. So I may start. In our case, it can really take place anywhere. We submitted it for the category of public awareness, so we can spread it among us here. But also we are going to, of course, use these plans as a small part of bigger projects that we are going to draw for other places. So yes, we hope that the impact is going to go further.
Well, for me, I think it's important to take my research down from a very universal scale to a local or site-specific level, because I think then we can actually start discussing concretely about things. But this is not restricted to one specific geographical area. So I think it is always about where I'm putting a focus on, but this could be everywhere.
I think for us it would be the other way around. So we go from very specific and then already see how different species or how different actors are kind of connected to a more global network. We saw it in the Delta, we saw it in Amsterdam. But we would like to start from somewhere specific and then enlarge from there.
For us, I think we want to multiply it as much as possible. So the larger it gets, the movement, the better it is. And I think the question in all cities are quite similar. We want a more livable city. The city is the place where the solution is. And we need to focus on health and livability. So I want to spread it around.
And Mirta?
Yes, in our case, it will be a research that we're gonna do as to learn from the landscape. So it's the other way around. So we will try to trace what we can learn and to take knowledge from the landscape. And through somatic practices, as I told before, we will try to gain a certain knowledge. Through that, our main interest is to transfer and to transmit this information. So it will be perhaps through workshops, or it will be like a collection of this memory and this information that we're gonna try to influence more other groups of people.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the presentations. So let's move to the third panel, and Mattia is taking the microphone.
Okay, so we are in the third panel starting. Thank you everyone for this presentation. We are incredibly on time. So the next panel is with Sergios Strikloganis, Rebecca Bratos-Gornik, and Gian Maria Sochi. Oh, welcome. Welcome. We will have, of course, 5 presentations, but 2 are going to be online. So our third panel before the break. So stick with us, please. It's half an hour, and then we're going to have a break. It's called Invisible Becoming Visible. And the first project we are going to present is by Francesca Paola Beltrame. Francesca is a special practitioner whose work is research lead and focuses on the potential of addressing governmental policies and unpacking conflicts through architecture and performance. She is really far from Europe at this moment, and she is going to present online. So please, let's show the video of Francesca.
Hello everyone, my name is Francesca and my project is titled Pomodorographies. The project is set in Nardò, Puglia, where as a consequence of capitalist agriculture and migration policies, migrant workers are taken advantage of by mafia organization because of their immigration status. They are made invisible by being kept in constant mobility through harvests and by having to live in self-arranged settlements referred to as ghettos, because segregated from the cities. In Nardò, speaking to the association Diritti a Sud, which means rights in the south, the racial segregation is quite obvious. There is a lack of mediation between migrant communities and Italian society. This is aggravating social inequalities and sustaining a gap between what we eat and take pride in, such as tomatoes, and how it gets on our plates. The project, therefore, proposes to subvert and renovate the meaning of the piazza as an architecture of sociability that matches a decolonial ambition for the region of Puglia. I designed a series of interventions in and around the central square of Nardò for monthly events, which I imagine hosted by the association and the town hall. And there, everyone is invited to cook collectively a meal with the surplus produce of that month. During what I call my action research, I have been using my grandmother's tablecloth as a design practice. I used it to engage and host different people from different backgrounds by leveling out the playing field. The architectural intervention is then an escalated version of my tablecloth to pose the potential of domesticity and practices of care in public space. The aim of the architecture is to have a long-term structural impact, where the central square becomes an alternative space for solidarity, negotiation, and self-governance outside of official and exclusionary spaces of power. All of this to install a much-needed dialogue between the inhabitants of the area on the agricultural practices and labor conditions. Through the practice of embroidery, my tablecloth became from being a tool for conversation to also being the subject of it. The same way, I use my agency as an architect to propose the architecture to foster the history of these events, to recognize its participants after each meal, so that after each meal, the architecture adds up a memory to its collective archive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francesca, for this presentation of Pomodorography. We move forward to our next presentation, and this is a project. It's called Looking for Feminist Utopias. And it's a project that was developed by a collective by Dominika Janicka, Barbara Newrocka, and Dominika Wilcenska. I hope I pronounced that right. So they are all architects from Poland who are working together within the studio called Bar Architect. And this studio is a Crossroads initiative. And we will hear the presentation prepared by one of the Dominika in the collective. This is Dominika Wilcenska, which is already on the video. So please Can we see the video?
Hello everyone, greetings from Poland. Today we want to tell you about gender in architecture and solutions for contemporary crises. You all probably know that the history of women architects, their projects and achievements is something that has just started being discovered. What did we do in our project? We asked ourselves if there were design strategies or practices created or implemented by female architects in Poland during socialistic era, from which we could learn now. We are female architects. The three of us, apart from our professional work, we create a grassroots initiative, Bal Architektek, that addresses the issue of women in the architectural field. We recall the memory of female architects and promote feminist urban planning. In this project, we try to combine those two. On our slides, you can see 4 Polish female architects from communist era. Maria Piechotka, who invented the prefabrication system, which helped a lot with the housing crisis back then in Poland. Nina Janowska, who worked on children's ergonomics and treated them as the rightful users of the space. Helena Syrkus, who was designing housing estates built of rubble from the Second War. Halina Skibniewska, who was a pioneer of participatory planning, as well as designing for people with disabilities. This all happened over 60 years ago, but in the context of today's crisis architecture has to face, we can learn a lot from them. Thank you.
Okay, so this project was called Looking for Feminist Utopias. Then we move forward to the next project, which is called Urban Mythologist. So this project was developed by Sergios Striglokaganis, maybe, okay, close, and Francesca Cocciara. So Francesca Cocciara is an architect from Italy. She collaborates with the architects from Greece, with Sergios, who is with us today, and he will present us the project, so Urban Mythologist.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Sergios, and I'm an architect, but also a researcher at the National Technical University of Athens. We will present you together with Francesca that didn't manage to come here today, the project Urban Mythologies. The idea of urban mythologies came up in Athens, started in Athens, a city where history, myths, and critical urban issues coexist. During the crisis, we noticed how mythology and also the power of narratives were on one side exploited from, for example, from the touristic industry in order to create spaces as products, and on the other side, they became a tool for reclaiming the right to the city. Inspired from these observations, we came up with the idea of urban mythologies on the belief that the narratives help to understand complex contemporary urban realities and to reveal otherwise invisible sociospatial issues. So urban mythologies wants to be an awareness writing project which will use urban mythology and also urban narratives as a Ariadne's thread in order to explore some of the most pressing urban problems in different cities. Currently, we have gathered data from Athens, of course, but also Nicosia and Basel, and we intend to continue this, to apply this methodology to different European cities. But how urban mythologies consist out of 3 main elements. One is the urban issues of each city that will be analyzed and highlighted. For example, the invisible urban poverty, gentrification, touristification, everyday life struggles in the city, spatial injustice, the threats on urban commons, and of course the diverse aspect of urban ecology. The second is the local myths and narratives which we will use as a narrative tool in order to narrate and explain the urban issues in an alternative way. And with the term mythology, we think the term in a broader sense, meaning the actual mythology of the city or of the country, narratives, urban narratives, dominant or bottom-up, tales, stories, or even collective imaginaries of urban geographies. And finally, the third element is the theoretical background, the theoretical framework that will help us to explore and understand urban issues in a reference-based and scientific way. Finally, the imagined outcome of this project is to create an atlas of urban mythologies in which urban issues of different cities are associated with myths and tales. And the atlas is imagined as a collection of, an experimental collection of chapters, each one dedicated to different European cities, revealing a different, otherwise invisible urban issue and narrating it through the city's untold stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergius. Our next project is Refunction. And the project is going to be presented by Rebecca Bratoš-Gornik. Rebecca Bratoš-Gornik is an independent visual researcher and producer focused on documentaries in the field of architecture, social issues, and anthropology. And as said, she will present the project Refunction. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rebecca, and I'm really happy to join the LINA platform. Let me present some of what I'm doing and the project I have applied for LINA. So my field of interest is mainly focused on the documentary film production and creative research practices. I'm really inspired by exploring the relationships between architecture and society. And the project Refunction is one of the concepts which deals with the question of how to create awareness of the environment and how to strengthen the responsibility towards community. So for the LINA platform, I've chosen 3 buildings, 2 in Slovenia, which are already renovated. This is the Tomo skyscraper and Cukrarna, and 1 in Croatia. This is a former children's resort, Krvavica, which is abandoned. So around these 3 examples, I will research how the attitude towards empty buildings differ in various locations, and how the perception of the built environment is influenced by the historical context, what creates the opinion of the community, and how the community and experts together can develop the potential of the object. As a goal, the goal of the project is primarily to strengthen responsibility for space and to empower the community. So in my work, I have noticed that the use of film as a medium is an excellent approach to getting closer to the general public, which increases the engagement in architectural projects. To engage visual material more easily than in spatial and social issues. So I see my cooperation on the LINA platform with the LINA members primarily as individual, which can be a part of educational tool or research, or just through the film, as a tool that connects through the film. I see it also in a way to bridge the barriers between the profession community and the general public. So therefore, I'm open to cooperation on my project or to support your project. Projects where do you recognize a film as an opportunity to contribute or support your project, or simply to enrich the research of the certain issue? Thank you.
Rebecca. We have a last project in this panel and the last presentation, and project is called Let's Get Ready to Rubble. You will pronounce it differently, but this is what can I do. Okay, so the presenter is Gian Maria Soci, and he comes from Space Saloon, which is a collective of architects, artists, and researchers. This project was conceived together with the MAC, which is a special practice based in Cape Town, South Africa. And so as said, their project is called Let's Get It to Rubble. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As you can see on the screen, as you will see soon, the project is self-explanatory. As a temporary pavilion we've built last summer in the port of Fano in Italy for a summer festival which is called Porto Futuro. It's, as you can tell, it's basically made out of a bunch of stuff we found lying around unused in the shipyard, and we reconfigured in this sort of a primitive architecture. When the festival was over, we took it all apart and we returned the materials where we found them. It took us 3 days, 4 people. It costed us 38 euros in materials and safety equipment. And during the process, we have mapped, surveyed, and built into an AR archive more than 100 items that I believe are still there and available for use. We are Space Saloon, as you said, a design collective, international and interdisciplinary. We work on site-specific projects, and we're very much interested in horizontal learning and collaboration. So this project was done with the MAC, who's based in Cape Town, and it's very much aligned with our attitude, and with Umanesimo Artificiale, which is a local cultural organization. We've been working around the globe, teaching, curating festivals, designing and building together with scientists, artists, theater makers, and local communities. And increasingly, reuse, circularity, and upcycling are becoming central topics in our practice for a series of reasons. First of all, we think it's absurd that we have to ship materials across the oceans just because they fit some sort of a normative label or because we can pick them from a catalog when we have so much resource around us. Resource in a broader sense, including spaces, materials, and skills as well. Second, we really enjoy using found materials because that sort of triggers embodied knowledge and makes your hands think and stimulates some sort of intuitive understanding of the physical qualities of materials. And in a way also reevaluates labor as it celebrates labor as a creative part of the work. Third, it forces the designer to be present on site. And so it forces the designer to develop like a really in-depth and hyper-contextual understanding of a site and of the people who live in that site. Then this process also brings along a specific aesthetic, which is an aesthetic of the place and is not landed top-down from some preconceived idea. It's an aesthetic where form follows availability of what is found. And in a way, it's also questioning our Western ideas of purity in architecture, what we've been taught at school. And last, but maybe most important, working hands-on with things creates this like very tangible common ground, like a talking point that connects you to people, learners, workers, colleagues, local artisans, and really makes architecture into a tool for building a community, which it's probably the part we enjoy the most. So I said before that this is, for us, this hut is somehow primitive, but we also think that this is maybe a methodology that can help us rethink the structures for the third millennium. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will have a round of questions. I have a question for all of you, and Francesca, who is on Zoom. If you would have to pick one value for your project and what you are doing, which value would be that is on the core of your work? A value as, I won't say, because if that, I will maybe a little bit already said the answer, but if you can name one value which is at the core of your work and on the core of your work which you would like to do, also with the LINA members, what would that be? Is it too difficult, too abstract? Sorry. Sorry.
No, I think I've just answered with my last point. So just
Maybe you can repeat.
Yeah, I think it's like the fact of working on the ground as a way of learning and as a way of creating a network, community. That's also what we seek to do here.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you, thank you.
For me, maybe it could be as so is already the title of this panel, to make visible the invisible. And I think this is the most important, and also not only making it visible, but also explaining it a little bit in a different way, so that also people out of the academic or architectural audience understand it. So,
thank you. Francesca, have you heard the question?
Yes, thank you. I think it's a really good and difficult question at the same time. I think a value that's present in my work is how to practice time and care in architectural design as a profession, and how to foster that in public space. So it's obviously something that has to be built through collaborating with people who might not be in the architectural realm, and how to kind of bridge and the gap between the architect and the people you're designing for to make it closer.
Thank you. Rebecca?
I don't know if it's a value, but I would say interdisciplinarity. I'm not an architect, so maybe I see that as a collaboration, that the architects also can consider a different type of media to, or artists or freelancers to connect, that this profession connects more together to create something beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for these answers. There is a question, and also, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I have a question perhaps more for Sergio's, right? And John, because I'm also a fellow and I found some commonality between the projects. And I was wondering, how do you like these archives of mythologies or this archive of found objects basically synthesize a culture? But how can we use it? I'm very interested to understand, how do you use it as a tool to design, if you use it?
Yeah, as a tool to design, maybe could be in a second phase. I think the most important in the first phase is to be used as a tool to understand the problem, and maybe also as a tool to maybe make people participate in the solution finding. And in the second phase can be that also the design comes, or the policy making changes. I really believe that from the moment that people or inhabitants of a certain place or a certain city understand a certain urban issue, then they start also demand its solution.
I'll follow up on that, because I think participation is a big part of making available this content, this data, and that's the same for us. Like, there was no time to explain it, but this is, one iteration of something we hope to run yearly in Fano and also to extend into other venues. But we were asked to think spatially about the future of the port, and our approach was to look at what is there already. And somehow the pavilion is just a proof of concept to show that these things are actually useful. But the augmented reality archive is made available to future participants in the summer school, so they could pick from this catalog and think of new urban furniture for the space. So it's about making available to others.
Thank you. There is a question in the back, please.
Yes, I have a question about maybe about the general public who is not really involved into space production or the built environment as a profession. Do you have any way of finding out if whatever you found actually kind of got to the people, sort of the general public, or did you collect feedback on that, and how do you put that back into your work?
I think this is a question for all of you. Who will start?
I would say that this research through the film, the general public was connected by the interviews or the inhabitants of the city, and we also made a public screening, so the discussion, and later on the discussion was made, so the general public was involved, and even if the issue wasn't, you know, if it doesn't tackle them directly, indirectly, this was some kind of project that was interesting also for them. So.
Okay, for the general public, I think for urban mythologies, the idea of the urban issues comes from the general public. For example, in Athens, it came from the urban art found in the city. In Basel, it was found in the folklore stories of folklore, let's say, events of the city. So, and first of all, it comes from the people, and second of all, it will try to, through something that is understandable, to explain an urban issue that it might be not so easy to understand. So it comes from the people, and it wants to somehow go back to the people.
I think for us it depends on the context, and maybe general public is too general. I think it's better maybe to think about communities, like who is involved, like who is this project affecting or stimulating. And I think that changes a lot. We worked with underserved neighborhoods in Bangkok, and what you do there is really directed to the people who are going to live there for the next 2 years, whereas something that you do in a festival maybe has a different type of interaction. So I think it's just important that whoever you're addressing, you make them part of the process.
Okay, Francesca? How do you include the
Hi,
general public? Yes.
Hello. Thank you for this question. It's actually really related to my work, because I was always very concerned about how do you not just speak about people, but speak with people. And I think it's about developing some design practices that include the process of engaging with the communities you want to work with or offer your skills to as an architect. So for example, my project my project proposal, the idea of it really stemmed from a conversation with the association that I was in contact with throughout the whole year. So I have been exchanging with them throughout the research phase and after, also to see like how can I contribute to what they are already doing, because communities are already doing things. They're already action groups or association doing things in public space that might not be architects, might not have an architecture background. So how do you kind of learn how to build on top of what they're already doing rather than coming as an external agent? So yeah.
Thank you. There is a last, I think, quick question from the public. Elena? I think it's working. No, it's not. I have a mic for you if it doesn't work.
Yes, I did destroy the mic. I have this superpower. I have a question for John and Francesca, because you're both working in a participatory fashion. We talked about the general public, but my question is more focused on the stakeholders that you try to involve. And it's also a provocation for this whole community. When we talk about sustainability, we also need to talk about economic sustainability. So I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a bit more how you are trying with your project to reward the labor of stakeholders that were involved in your projects, especially when it comes to exploited workers in the case of the of Francesca's project, because it's a very open question for our work too. So I'm very happy to also keep on elaborating this further after this panel.
Francesca, will you go ahead?
Yes, thank you. So at this stage of my project, it's mainly like a research and a speculative proposal. So the stakeholders I would want to influence, obviously, by disseminating the research, would be like also on a policy level. But if I understood your question right, I'm kind of looking for people who would be interested in maybe supporting my project to then go back to the association and maybe implement it with them, because it's really a speculative proposal that I did for them. So obviously they might not have all the funding for something like this yet, but that's the goal.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's very complex. I don't know where to start, but let's say that, first of all, we physically participate in the construction of all of our projects, and we always involve local artisans and makers in general, or we even bring our friends. So there's a lot of sweating involved, which is part of that, of building that community that I was talking about. When we come to the exploitation of labor, I think a great part of what we're trying to do is also, as I said, to find a creative celebration of that part. So to reward who is doing with not only, you know, economically, but also in terms of values and learning what they can take back home and apply somewhere else. In this case, I think it was great to interact with the harbor workers. We were lucky enough to have like a local shipyard who was lending us the space and also some hours of their staff. And I honestly think they had fun because they could really work on the same level with us, being those things, those materials, something they can handle on a daily basis. So they were not feeling, you know, sort of undermined in their skills. And for instance, like in more complex contexts, like in the city in Bangkok, we built all of our projects with the local craftsmen. So we were actually paying them for soldering or for woodworking and trying to create this circular economy and bring that maybe sponsorship money back to the place. So I think it takes a lot of effort, but it can happen in many different ways.
Okay, thank you. So we conclude our third panel. Let's give an applause to the fellows. Thank you very much for your presentations. And now, before we go to lunch, let's have a moment. Let's have a moment for Mateusz and his very, very important message now.
More thing.
Thank you.
Before we disappear, and to use this break more efficiently, that you can start talking and matching your projects and ideas, I would like a quick introduction of all our members. So I would like to call everyone and stand up and raise your hands. First, Architectul, Boștian. Atelier Luma Al. Daniel, are you here? Architecturas Fondas from Vilnius. They are there at the back. Look at them. Ballet University Tirana, stand up. And Saimir. Beta Timișoara. Stand up, stand up. BINA, Belgrade Association of Architects. Copenhagen Architecture Festival. Hello. Dani Arhitecture Sarajevo. Design Academy Eindhoven is excused. DPA Barcelona. DAISAI, Društvo arhitekata Istre, ESTI, Arhitekturi Museo, Architecture, ETSAM, Madrid. We are here from the Faculty of Architecture in Ljubljana, next on the list, Maxi, Fondazione.
I left the Maxi and moved to Sarajevo.
Forecast Berlin. Fundatie Mies van der Rohe. Haus der Architektur Graz. Irish Architecture Foundation. Kosovo Architecture Festival. Oslo Triennale is excused as well for illness. Swiss Architecture Museum. And Tbilisi Architecture Biennial. Technical University of Vienna. Teatrum Mundi. Triennale de Arquitectura de Lisboa. And Viper Gallery from Prague. Okay. Thank you. Bon appetit. Yes, we meet back here at 1:30. Okay, two more panels to go. The fourth one, titled Change the Urban. We have a full panel here. So I invite to the stage Damiano Cerone, Sabrina Moreale, Zala Velkavrh, Ana Gallego, and Jeppe Kalnes. And first we will hear about the project Tallinn 1.5, a vision for a planetary city, by Damiano Cerone from Spin Unit. It's an urban research and innovation practice dedicated to discover non-commodifiable values and translating them into progressive drivers of change. Please, Damiano.
Thank you. Yes, this was originally done in Tallinn. That's why it's the name. But in general, what we want to do is that we want to explore and visualize how a city would look like if it produced all the food it needed to sustain itself. And this is done with a workshop. So the first thing we have to do is to, yeah, it's much better this way, right? Thanks. Is to map scarcity and abundancy of human resources. So it's about unwrapping the data layer of cities and understanding what we have too much of and what we have too little of. And then after that is done, we actually proceed making a vision. The vision is rather important because it kind of, with its aesthetics, it can capture the imagination and explore potential futures for the cities. What we learned in Tallinn is that those visions are rather impossible, so cities cannot be self-sustainable. We would need to actually take a regional perspective if we want to do that. But by doing a kind of an impossible vision, we understand what is possible today. So basically, after this vision is presented, which in our case was at the Tallinn Architecture Biennale, the public imagination is captured and we can start to understand, okay, what can we do today? Not in 2035, not in 2050, like most of those policies, but what can be done today? And that's the next step, which is starting to engage with the local community and of course, like participating with local communities to redesign blocks. So policies are regionals, plans are regionals, but solutions are always local. So this is what we're doing. And the reason why we want to do it with food is because in my personal research at the university, basically I look at how weakening nature is weakening society, both from the social and kind of well-being perspective. And one of the key issues is the lack of biodiversity in cities that is literally weakening our immune system. So I can tell more about this later, but in general, what's happening is that we are becoming weaker as we have less contact with urban environment, with natural environment. And most of biodiversity, the one that is useful for us, is not in the kind of nice flowers and plants, but it's in the soil. So bringing people together to work with agriculture is one of the best ways to actually reinforce our immune system. So this is all from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still spinning there.
And next is Sabrina Moreale. She will present a project, Prato Town, Urban Synthesis, that they did together with Lorenzo Peri, who was not able to join us, and she was so kind to replace him. They both come from Urban Copyleft, which is an operative cluster composed of architects, cultural researchers, and photographers. Please.
Thank you. So yes, I'm not Lorenzo, I'm Sabrina, and I'm here to present you Prato Town. We're part of Urban Copyleft. Rita Duina is a cultural researcher. Andrea Del Bono is a sinologist with a background in language and civilization in Asia. Agnese Morganti is a freelance documentary photographer, and Lemonot is a duo, myself with Lorenzo Perri. Lorenzo Perri teaches at the Andevante in Vienna, and I'm teaching at the AA School, together we teach at the Royal College of Art in London. As a collective, Urban Copyleft is working at the intersection of human geography, architecture, and anthropology. And in 2020, we started to investigate hybrid strategies for placemaking in our city, in Prato, in Italy, in Tuscany, where migrants started to settle in the 1990s in the industrial neighborhood of Macrolotto Zero. Multi-ethnicity in Prato has become a condition so rooted in time and so entangled tangled in space, that it can only be confronted at the scale of the city rather than the scale of the single district. So from this, the crisis Prato town. And it is a city with multiple identities and spatial culture that cannot be captured in a single representation. This is the context in which we developed Prato Town, which is an ongoing archive based on physical observation, workshops, and performances that aims to not only define, but narrate urban spaces and its global entanglement. Many of the questions that we ask ourselves was, what is the density of the neighborhood? Can we describe a neighborhood to be authentic? Can and should ethnicity be represented in place-making efforts? And who benefits from them? What stories and identities, therefore, are neglected in this process? So Prato Town, we started to catalog building typologies, but also behavioral patterns. So we started to build a series of composite images that you see up, what we call the urban synesthesia, where spatial elements are blurring the boundaries between real and fiction. And we use fiction as a way to trigger citizen inventiveness, but also to imagine possible realities. And for us, is a way to physically enter different contexts, different spaces, which are usually hidden from the public. So through the juxtaposition of these images, we aim to develop a non-linear and anti-binary reading of the relationship between ethnicity and the public sphere. And this superimposition physically happens on an urban level, creating what we call hybrid iconographical instances. So we're looking at this as a powerful architectural new vocabulary that is emerging. Our goal isn't to flatten or to unify these juxtapositions, but we want to learn from this non-linear overlaid. As a collective, our question is, can we use our physical presence on site to reshape a city? And can we create the framework, or better, the support structures for informal processes to take place? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Zala Velkavar. Zala is a part of Prostorož, and they will present project Hotspots, a bottom-up approach to urban heat. Prostorož is a non-profit urban design studio that is dedicated to exploring public space and reviving public space. Zala, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. So in the summer, the complex climate science that we heard a lot about yesterday boils down to a really simple fact. The cities become too hot to live in. And unlike air quality or other environmental factors, this heat is easily sensible by anyone inhabiting the city, from the mayor to the common inhabitant. So if the problem is so obvious and easy to understand, why aren't cities doing anything about it? We've decided to spark a debate, a discussion about heat in Ljubljana. We've built a really simple app to collect the data directly from the people that are affected the most. This is the users of public space. We invited the users to map hotspots, so hot locations around the city, and users also got a chance to tell us more about the specifics of the location and what are their strategies to avoid heat on these specific locations. We promoted the app only on the days when it was 30 degrees or more, which wasn't that hard, because this was basically the whole August. And people mapped more than 700 hotspots in less than 3 weeks. The project also gained the attention of all major national media, so we got quite a discussion going on. The data collected was transformed into quick prototypes for cooling measures in public space, such as new green spaces, trees, water elements, even conversion of buildings, squares, roads. But most importantly, the data fueled new communicative actions. Yeah, we're here. This is one worrying cluster of hotspots, the area of University Medical Center, the largest medical institution in Slovenia. This is the location with the highest number of vulnerable users of public space, but also the place where 15,000 very unhappy health workers go to work every day. So in this chaotic location, where two public institutions or two public decision-making bodies, the city and the state via Ministry of Health, just are ignoring this urgent urban climate issue, we introduced a really basic common object, 16 new benches. They were placed on shadowy locations around clinics, and this banal gesture kind of enabled us to open up a discussion again. The benches were equipped with QR codes that enabled health workers and other users who sat on the bench to vote for the benches, but also to share with us their problems, their experience, their issues regarding public space. And again, this very, very simple action resonated across institutions and across layers of bureaucracy, forcing the decision makers to convene and rethink the management of public space. So currently, sorry, I'm too slow. Currently, we're in the phase of making new plans for some public spaces, but we're also opening up a discussion about heat adaptation, not only in Ljubljana, but in Europe in general. I'll conclude my talk with one short quote from Nelly. It's getting hot in here, and we're on a mission to push cities to talk about it, at least.
Thank you. Ana Gallego has a project, Public Spaces Generator of Social Well-Being. She's currently working in an architecture studio in Barcelona, but she's the lead coordinator of the Urban Lab of Mental Health. Please.
Hello.
We are eager to hear about it.
In first time, I want to say thank you to everyone for being here, and of course to the coordination, to Hannah, to Luca, to Nusha, to make this possible. And everybody knows that public space involves like social and economic activities, safety, mobility, and all this type of for citizens. But all these items are directly connected to how we feel in our cities, and it's shaped our identity and has really influence in our behavior. And the perception that we have about our cities has an intimate relationship with our health, both physical and mental. So the aim of this investigation was answer this question. Would it be possible to rethink design aspects so that these public spaces can improve the quality of life of all citizens? From the point of view of salutogenesis and neuroarchitecture, there are parameters that can make healthier and livable cities. So finally, in my investigation, I sum it up like in a decalogue, and we studied some case studies. But this was like the beginning. After this investigation, I started to think with this topic on my background, and I've been put into practice in different urban actions in Barcelona. Last year, with Ruth Go, we had the chance to participate in Barcelona's Architecture Week in 2021, and we made Square It, where we wanted to make people aware of the importance of their surroundings, changing the way that they see the landscape, and we decided to frame with red tape all these elements that were in disrepair, were broken, were in bad shape. And this was amazing because people get involved in this urban action, and they come to talk to you and then complain, and they tell you things about your neighborhood. And in the following days, all these pieces that were broken were fixed. And this year we have again the chance to participate in Model, the Festival of Architecture in Barcelona, with Gonzalo Martín, and we did Agua Sana. It was another urban interaction where we bring water to the cities as constructive material. For me, those activities are the way to start a conversation with society, involving them, and of course trying to implement a critical vision. And it's a way to admit that this is not a do-it-yourself thing, it's a do-it with others. And are amazing invitations for people to talk and reappropriate the public space, because in the care that we are taking into account this old sense of belonging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. And Jeppe Kelnes, he comes from the organization Tuska 7. It's a project-based open partnership with interests in ecology, infrastructure, spatial empathy, and the visual and acoustic expressions.
Yeah. All right, thank you for presenting us. So our project is a toolbox of concepts, and what you'll see up here is going to be one example of its hypothetical application, but it could be anywhere, and it's in Berlin. So what is waste? The world around us is in its essence messy and chaotic. To make sense of it, we impose systems and see categories where there is none. Something has to be excluded then. This is what we call waste. Waste is a product of our imperfect systems. It is ambiguous, and it is our own creation and responsibility. For today's presentation of our project, Common Waste, Common Resource, I will focus on organic waste, unappealing, even repulsive to us, but when you apply the perspective of urban non-humans, it might be an essential source of nutrition. Our ideas grew from an analysis of today's waste management in Berlin. Organic waste is collected and driven to a facility outside of the city. Here, a process that interestingly mimics the digestive tract of a cow, turns our leftovers into biofuel. But fuel is burned. It's a finite process that represents a complete disregard of the properties and the potential of carbon-based matter, and it cannot be considered sustainable. So instead of these artificial and inefficient metabolisms, we want to return organic matter to its local trajectory. The age-old natural cycle of composition, decomposition, and recomposition. With the assistance of the ever-present bacterial, fungal, plant, and animal populations, humans might find their own place in nature's metabolisms. So what does that mean? Composting. By initiating the creation of a composting cooperative, the waste becomes a resource of community building and identity. It allows for the residents on a local level to engage with a range of the economical and existential issues faced by humanity. Alienation from our food systems, the regeneration of soils, biodiversity loss, and perhaps the rising costs of food in supermarkets. It's an ongoing process of urban metabolism maintenance through participation and the building of community-friendly ownership models. As an experimental site for this project, we chose 4 adjacent courtyards in a residential neighborhood of mass housing blocks north of Berlin's Ostbahnhof. And with some adaptation, our concepts could be widely applicable, as this typology is common throughout Europe and indeed everywhere. So the central node of the constellation, as you see in one of the diagrams, is this recycling hub cooperative, which would be a community-run place that provides necessary hardware for collecting and processing and repurposing and redistributing salvaged materials within the neighborhood. So to wrap it up, we want to go from confined, introverted courtyards with linear waste-producing systems. We aim for empathetic communities and ecosystems. We believe that collective composting and gardening, playful green connections that interlace different species habitats can restore a sense of awareness, connection, and responsibility for the natural environment that we are also part of. A cityscape is, after all, just another kind of landscape. Thank you.
Thank you to all. What do you expect from LINA community organizations to do with your project proposals? And vice versa, how can you help us shape our programs that we will be better able to address the challenges connected to the changing planet we were talking about these days? You can start, Jeppe.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I think I would have to get the question again, actually, then. So I was a little befuddled after my presentation.
So the question is, what do you expect from us, LINA community institutions, to do with your project? And vice versa, how can you help us reshape our program activities in a way that we can, in a better way, address the challenges of the planet that we were talking about these 2 days?
I think you're already doing that quite a lot. For us, I think what was important is that, like, during our research, we found that a lot of people were doing stuff to have a more sustainable lifestyle, which in the end was far from sustainable, but rather part of a financial scheme set up by the city. Collecting that kind of research and making it available is certainly essential for if we want to move forward. Like, we need to know what to do if we want to make change. The intentions aren't enough. Yeah.
Thank you. Sabrina?
I mean, I think that after hearing most of the projects today, what was really interesting for me, and also to develop further with fellows, but also with members, is to understand how we can create, almost every one of us have this digital repository of data, of gestures, of recorded instances of the landscape. And it would be nice, I think, to explore that through a shared DIY kit that every architect, every designer can have. In a way, when we think about architecture, we usually like download things, you know, like as a ready-made fragment sometimes, and we look up, and it would be nice to have the same kind of ability to understand what is around us through all these case studies. So it would be also nice to spend as much time as possible on site. For us, we're architects that actually tend to don't make mapping, or is not a cartography project, but it's rather to compose and to construct while you do things. And therefore, that's allowing to spend time in a site in discussion with other collaborators.
Thank you.
I'm hoping that the LINA community will force us to dig deeper into the topic and to do more research, because we're like doing projects almost with this kind of activist energy, and don't spend much time on really focused research and connecting with similar cases around the Europe and the world, and just throwing the bad parts of our project to trash and then composting it into something better. I'm hoping for this.
Thank you.
I think that for us, basically, we're looking for a platform to look at how other cities look like if they were producing all the food they needed. We already know the answer. Basically, almost no city can do that. But what we want to know is that we want to learn what can be done today. So perhaps having a platform for a workshop, an exhibition, it will be really important. Also to communicate, as I said before, the fact that there is biodiversity for the sake of itself, so just for the improvement of nature system, but also biodiversity for the sake of human health. So we would like to really bring that forward. We would like that it's understandable, because in a study we did in Finland with 11,000 children from 0 to 15 years old, we saw that the ones living in the countryside were less likely to develop diabetes type 1, which is pretty serious condition. So just by making interventions in space, you can improve people's health for life. And with adults, why it's food is because actually for adults it's so much more difficult to get contact with this microbiome. So when you actually put your hands in the soil or you run without shoes, these are the only 2 times that an adult can actually get the benefits of biodiversity. So we want to also communicate this, so hopefully with interventions. So these are the 2 things we would like to do.
Thank you. And Anna?
Well, I'm trying to say it in my speech, but what I would like to, well, in fact, anyone is very keen on neuroarchitecture. It's a little bit boring for the people, so I'm very keen on making activities, urban activities that makes people get involved in what's happened and make people being a little bit more critical about the landscape, because I think they are not assuming how much it has a reaction in themselves and in their daily life. So that's, I think that making fun things and making things that they can be part of and they can feeling that it's something that they are related to could be like the good things to get them get the feeling that the public space is their space as well. So.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? Anyone? No? So we can continue with our last panel. Thank you, everyone. And I'm handing over to Matea again.
Thank you, Mateusz. Okay, so last panel of today with the title Shift the Borders, and I invite the fellows to join. So it's Aida Bracic, Chiara Ciambellotti, Max Utech, Tevi Allen Mensah, and Adeline Faiza. Okay, we will start with Aida Bracic. She has applied with the project Kaija. And Aida Bracic is an architect, editor, and writer coming from Slovenia. So Aida, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, thank you. My name is Aida. I've met some of you, and hopefully by the end of the conference I will have met most of you. But yes, I'm an architect. I studied here in this very lecture hall, but I was also always very interested in writing and language and sort of all the liminal spaces where architecture touches on other disciplines. So the project that I am presenting here today is Kaija, which I launched about a year ago. And basically it's a platform for the promotion and education about renovation, sustainable ways of living, and adaptive reuse. Because, you know, we heard about a lot of excellent projects regarding the reuse of old buildings today already. So we know that Europe and Slovenia are very rich with existing built fabric. But where I recognize a lack is, for example, in Slovenia, most of the people, or the paradigm is still that it's better to demolish and build something anew. So I recognize a lack in communicating architecture to the general public and to communicate these ideas that we are talking about here today. So that's why I kind of established Kaija, and the home base of it is actually a web page with articles being produced, about 2 per week, and these range in formats. So some of them are advice about technical aspects of renovation, and some of them are tips on how to, for example, access public funding aimed towards renovation. And then we have interviews with experts from the field, sometimes guest authors who offer their advice. And of course, a lot of projects that are good references for renovation and adaptive reuse from Slovenia and abroad. Beside the webpage, we also produce online learning tools, such as a webinar that covers the basics. For example, for someone who is for the first time, maybe trying to delve into the world of renovation and tips on how to approach an architect or approach other experts, for example. And also we host workshops and talks, discussions, all aimed at this very topic. So yeah, that's it from me, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Ada. The next project which is going to be presented is a project for a non-speculative architecture. This project was submitted by 2 + 2 is 5, and it's going to be presented by Chiara Ciambellotti. Chiara Ciambellotti is a PhD student in architecture, interested in art, justice, and research. She is part of this studio, which is formed by 5 members. So there are also Niccolò Merli, Samuel Rechias, Andreas Vanini, and Francesco Romagnoli. Please, Chiara, go ahead.
We are more like a team. They helped me to develop my master thesis. Okay. So I'm representing everyone right now. And as you can see from the title of our project, in Italian, the word speculative means both speculation but also exploitation. So in this case, we are talking about exploitative architecture, so making non-exploitative architecture. The aim of the project is to problematize the approach taken towards the urban redevelopment project, especially when we operate in the so-called délaissé. And we want to develop an interspecies project where architecture, for the first time, address all living beings and not just the human. And by doing so, architecture should protect new hybrid ecosystem and decolonizing the approach to urban regeneration. The case study taken into consideration, but we can also see from the slides, belongs to the city of Prato, but we also hear before. It's a city in Italy that is important for the textile industry. We have a huge phenomenon of abandoned textile fabrics. And this phenomenon is a widespread phenomenon. So it concerns also other realities. And the project tends to fit in a wider panorama. The industrial abandoned places could often take the state of a third landscape, as Gilles Clément would say. And they are perceived by the population, but also by institutions as like a urban degradation area of the city. Instead, they are this useful and incredible ecosystem. They have a fundamental role from an ecosystem point of view. And these territories are also territories that seem to have came out from the logic of the capital. And they are reclaiming their right to unproductiveness. So through this project, we wanted to acknowledge the fundamental role of these areas and investigate alternative practices, both for valorization and for the defense of those areas from an ever increasingly building exploitation or greenwashing, like we were saying yesterday. The design approach is based on the minimal intervention, that is a theory developed by Lucius Burkhardt and Bernard Lassus. And so in this case, in this specific site, this happens reusing light temporary materials like the scaffoldings that were in the site. So it's like Hennes found. And making this, we wanted to make the site safe and accessible without changing its important cultural and ecosystemic role.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chiara. We move on to the project Palace of Unlearning by the fellow who is going to be presented is Max Utech. So Max Utech is an architect working between urbanism, architecture, research, and art. The project Palace of Unlearning was developed together with Bernadette Kreisch, okay, who is a PhD, and it's an architect researcher currently based in TU Vienna. Max, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Bernadette will replace me in the panel discussion to even out this imbalance. She's sitting here. We are both practitioners, architects, researchers and teachers at TU Vienna at the Department of Housing. And for this project, we collectively brought together our research, which is based. Bernadette is working into intersectional feminist topics, and I'm working in off and other spaces. To shortly answer, to frame out the Palace of Unlearning, I shortly want to answer 5 questions. Why unlearning? For most, to underline urgency and trigger agency. We think that for creating a sustainable future for our planet, we need to urgently question our design practices and the commodification of our habitats by neoliberal politics. We want to raise awareness of exploitative conditions of physical and human resources in architectural production and move towards a collective, collaborative and transformative practice of shared counter-knowledge and multiplicities of histories and possible futures. What to unlearn? Unlearning means for us to overcome hegemonies, hierarchies, rituals, values, and conditions of current heteronormative capitalist and human-centered spatial production to be able to relearn creating other future spaces of living. How to unlearn? Unlearning is about an unruly and provocative spirit that empowers you to become agents of change. It's the search for ambiguities and niches to enhance and occupy them, and for counter-strategies to rethink and draw visual and written narratives. So why a palace? The palace is an accessible, approachable, and cute collective space to enjoy and elaborate transformation collectively. It's a safe place to experiment, provoke, negotiate, and claim missing words and spaces for a most diverse, queer, feminist, and post-colonial future. It's a playful overcoming of codes of design, society, and aesthetics. The exhaustion of the concept of architecture. And where does it appear? The palace is creating temporary activist moments in different formats by hacking existing structures and institutions, looking for a best possible impact. It can be a radical saloon, meaning a space of debates, exchange and learning. It can be an annoying parasite, means an exhibition inside an exhibition. It can be a wild atlas, a fanzine printed and added to existing publications. It can be a Trojan pony smuggled inside the institutions, like universities or policymakers. It will be for sure a collection and an archive of counter-hegemonical design strategies that can serve as an open toolbox. To conclude, as we heard yesterday already, a final quote is unavoidable, so I'm quoting Paul B. Preciado. We speak a different language. They say representation, we say experimentation. They say identity, we say multitude. They say human capital, we say multi-species alliance. They say integration, we say open source. They say interdisciplinary, we say undisciplined. They say man, woman, black, white, human, animal, homosexual, heterosexual, Israel, Palestine. We say, you know very well that your truth production apparatus has stopped working. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 more projects to present. The next project is called Borderlands. and it's going to be presented by Tevi Alan Mensah.
Yeah.
Okay. Tevi is an architect and visual artist based in France, and he will present Borderlands. Please.
Thank you. To speak really quickly, I hope, about my project Borderlands. To be honest, to start, it's really an ongoing research, and I'm currently still questioning how I do it and the form that it takes. It's for now a research by project that focuses on the border dynamics and its territories. Because the question of the border is like culturally charged. It's something that touches everybody on different level. And as an architect, I think during all my studies that I don't really tackle that idea and that concept of borders. I do it as a citizen. I engage myself on ideas, on politics, but as an architect, how can I not resolve all the problems that border is depicting, but just think about it and maybe rethink the political issues and the political structures that we currently live in. Because in a way, we are, since yesterday, talking about the emergencies and the crises that we are still that we are living and that we are facing right now. But those crises are, of course, environmental, but also in a way social and philosophical. And the question of border that we see in Europe today and also in the North and South relations is for me a big part of also that crisis that we are discussing right now. If we tackle the problems in only one way, we are not going to not going to do our role as thinkers, creative, or only citizens in a way. So to enter the project really quickly, what I speak about the research by project is it was the idea of creating project in unbuilt imaginaries of architecture using the idea and the word borders. What is the border for me? What is the border for you? Maybe it's the wall that we all think about between two countries, but also it's something that is really personal, that is really something that can touch you as a citizen of the city, as something that just experiment in the urban areas. So by transforming the word border in several words that were virtual, commons, displacement, I tried to focus and tackle that idea of border in another way to create new imaginaries. Because I think the most important thing also for architects right now is not to provoke and to do or to propose like immediate ideas of changes and immediate solutions, but also to create new narratives. And it's just not to make a project and to say the border territory should be like this or like that, but just to look it with brand new eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tevi. Thank you. And we move forward to our last presenter. The project which is going to be presented now by Adelina Feza is Education Everywhere. And Adelina comes from Puzzle, which is a collective of young and enthusiastic architects. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Actually, Puzzle is consisted of 5 members. 2 of us are involved in academia, and the others are involved in work practice. Actually, we wouldn't come all the 5 of us, and I'm here together with 2 of my colleagues, Sanya and Valbona. Our project idea is a mobile school that can be transported into different kind of locations, and it is ready to use in numerous situations. We all know that education should be available to everyone, but in emergency crisis, sometimes it is impossible. People affected by conflicts and other humanitarian crises say that education, especially of the children, it's one of their top priorities. So rethinking about this kind of situation and how we can contribute into solving this, we understood that in a crisis state of emergency, everything should be easily assembled, disassembled, and transformed. Emergency actually needs feasibility. Our solution consists of 6 trailers that can be transformed into different spatial variations. I hope on the screen, you can see one of the possible ways on how to assemble this mobile educational facility. It's even possible to form some internal open public spaces for socialization. And 4 of these trailers are constructed as, are designed as full construction tents, which can be opened up by using the force of the vehicles, and can be transformed into 2 classrooms, 1 library and a computer room. 2 classrooms can also be joined as 1 big room, and it can serve also as a dormitory space for the night. And the other 2 trailers are actually toilet, small kitchen, and back office room, which can also be used as a storage space while this installation is being transported. So the idea is for the school to be self-sustainable by implementing these solar panels and rain collectors for water on the top of these trailers. Actually, this idea represents a contribution into searching for different architecture models in practice, and it is an experiment with concepts like mobility and transformability as an important factors for sustainable and resilient spatial solutions and responses in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And now I would have, we will have some questions. I will start with one for all of you. If you would be envisioning an ideal scenario for your project, and now that it was presented to the LINA community and to the LINA members in 1 year, in a way, if you would, if you would envision an ideal scenario, what would be how your project would look like? Now. Have I been clear enough with the question? If you could just maybe envision, what would you like to do with this project with the LINA members? If, I don't know, if Golden Fish would be now going around and she would, how is it already? Исполнитель сожалия. Yes, if a goldfish can make your dreams come true with the LINA community, what would that be?
Well, actually, our goal is not exactly this project, but it's because it's more like a speculative project. But what is important is the idea behind it. And we actually like to develop these kinds of ideas and maybe develop them even further, maybe in different kind of directions. And I think maybe like a workshop format will be convenient for this type of exploration. I don't know.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And for me, I think the most wonderful thing would be to engage with some association that are like to the next step of my project, but at the moment our project that is like in a theoretical way. So maybe find out similar realities also in other countries that are doing things like this, and be involved with the communities and be involved with a site from a practical point of view. So experiencing these places and trying to do something real in these places and not only drawing or photographing these kind of places.
Thank you.
Well, kind of a big topic. I don't know if a goldfish comes by, but for me, the most important thing would be to keep searching, to keep looking at the topic that is way bigger than me, and I don't have the pretension right now to have like all the tools that I need to understand even what I'm talking about, and so to discuss with the people, to discuss with the members, also helps me and will help me to just continue to research in various formats, as was broadcasted. My research took form with a publication first, but at the end it could be photographic research, it could be something else, it could be discussion workshops. The most important thing is just to enter a kind of like network, to even if the word is like a little bit catch-all, but to just continue to discuss with new people and people that have like new ideas about my thing. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah, if everything is possible, I think Palace of Unlearning would like to hack every institution, every university, every kind of structure we have to deal with. And this idea of unlearning means that we question the canon, we are stick so much together, that we are questioning our design discipline, our practice, how we produce architecture, and that it's growing a more diverse society or also approach in architecture, that more voices are here, that more approaches are visible. So I think it doesn't depend on a certain kind of member or institution. It's really that something has to shift in our society, and this change has to be loud, it has to be silent, it has to be powerful, colorful, whatever. And I think that would be our wish, that yeah, there's more diversity and more options.
Thank you.
I think my answer is going to be similar to the previous ones. So it would be great for Kaija to reach a wider audience, I think, and be also kind of fertilized by new ideas and maybe compared with similar practices in other countries. But apart from that, I personally actually am most excited about projects and collaborations that are kind of unusual, or that would allow me to explore new perspectives and kind of connect different fields outside of, oops, that's so typical for me. And allow me to sort of, yeah, explore new connections with disciplines outside of architecture. So that's what I'm looking for.
Thank you, everyone. Any question from the public? Yes, we have a question here.
I would like to ask Adelina from Basel if there is a plan to build these trailers, or if you want to ask some NGOs to use your design, or do you have a plan to practice this school and make it alive? Or maybe you already did it, I don't know.
No, it's still not something realized. It's just a project idea. But yes, we have thought about it, and I think it has potential to be realized and actually to function in that way. But we still haven't managed to make like a real contact for realizing. It's still just a project idea.
Yeah, I'm sure it should be realized.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other question? Not at this moment. So thank you everyone for joining this panel. Okay, so we came to the last slot of our conference, and this slot is called, really, again, in a speculative way, it's called Matchmaking and Conclusions. We have half an hour now for that, and the main aim of this slot is actually to give the floor to you and to discuss what we have heard, and also to hear some impressions from the members. But before we do that, I would really like to congratulate again all the fellows who have taken their time, prepared their presentation, came to the stage and do this brilliant presentation. So please, let's make an applause again for all the fellows.
But now let's use these couple of minutes also to hear opinions of the members. So we will pass the microphone around to all of you. Please be short. Basically, you have one sentence to say about what you heard and what you think about the first LINA conference.
Okay. Again, Cesar from DPR Barcelona. Thank you very much for your work. I just want to say thanks also for this vocabulary that it's, I think, kind of growing. Just one that catch my attention, that library of imagination that was mentioned. There were many that we were collecting, so thank you very much for bringing these words full of empathy to LINA.
Keep the microphone in that area. You have Zana over there and Boštjan.
Hello, Boštjan Bugarić, Architecture. I'm really glad that Future Architect platform kind of never stopped and emerged into this LINA new context. And I'm really glad that it started with this kind of more inclusive, more like defined and more kind of creating community basis. So I'm really looking forward, and thank you all creatives for sharing your stories with us. It was a pleasure.
Hello, I'm Anna Dana Beres from the Austrian Society of Architects. It's been a pleasure, these full 2 days of presentations. And I wish that we will follow the lectures that we heard on the very first day, actually about we know who indebted us, but the future is shared in a sense that I hope the LINA platform will be able to open up outside European bureaucratic borders and that we will turn into the undisciplined ones and not indisciplinary. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. You have Zana, Anna Dana. Turn around, you have Zana from Kosovo Architecture Foundation there.
Hi, I'm Zana from Kosovo Architecture Foundation, and thank you for bringing different topics. And I think that's the beauty of it, because then everyone can find himself and can implement different topics according also to our local diversity. And I mean, thank you for this. I think we really have different possibilities and different way of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Bina, next, a little bit lower, Nusha, stop. Saimir, you will come on your turn later on. Stay there, there is Ružica.
It's Danica from Bina. So I first would like to thank to the organizer, because this is a huge event with this number of people, and may open the platform for all the fellows and also to us members. And I think that this meeting of all us is really what we are looking for. It's networking. So apart from this matchmaking and making contacts with us here, I think that all of us members are also here to network with you and with the other organizations in our countries and towns. So I think that this is even more than this what we are experiencing today. So welcome aboard.
So next is Freo Forecast Platform. What do you think about today's presentations?
I mean, I really missed yesterday, so I feel like a very superficial guest of this, but I'm deeply grateful for your openness and your trust in us and for opening up your practices to us, and I'm very excited about the next steps. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Triin from Estonian Museum of Architecture. Thank you everybody for participating. And I guess most of you don't know what's happening next, and don't worry, we don't neither. So it's going to be, we are finding out in the next half a year and a year. So yeah, okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Saimir from Barleti University in Tirana, Albania. Well, representing an academic institution, but also organizing activities in the field of architecture, design, and everything else that was today mentioned. Particularly, it's not only one discipline. It's about the way we live, and it's about the future of us and the future of our cities, but also the future of the planet. We discussed many of those things today. I would like to thank you for your sensitivity. Personally, after 3 years of not attending events with LINA members, but also LINA fellows, which are, I think you're really to be congratulated for the ideas, for the courage, for implementing some of those ideas, but also for having the power to dream about what can those ideas be. And really thank you for that. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Yuma from the Swiss Architecture Museum. Yeah, I want to just add to what has already been said. Yeah, really big kudos, I think, to the organizing team for a great conference, and really thank you to all of the fellows for sharing your work with us, especially kind of not just through the presentations, but also through informal conversations that I've had yesterday and today. I found it to be an absolutely inspiring experience. So again, thank you for that.
I'm Manuel from Lisbon Architecture Triennale. I'm not going to say exactly what my fellows just said, because I agree with all of them. So I would add something which I've been thinking about, and actually I thought Freya was going to mention it, but he didn't, so I'm going to mention it for him. But actually, I think it's because in the past years we were always thinking about several issues that were pressing us, and we were always desiring that those issues would be addressed. And we were always thinking, how can we make it that the fellows will come up with these ideas? And a lot of those issues, yeah, like most of them touching inequality, have been addressed almost by all of you, and which is amazing. I mean, for me, it's really very, well, I'm very happy to see that and to read that it became almost, I could say, mainstream in such a short period of time. But at the same time, and also because we were always looking for, we need more practice and not so many philosophers coming to us, and we made a big effort, and actually it happened, so we have a lot of practice now, and we kind of have the opposite sensation at the moment. Some of us, we discussed that yesterday or today, this morning, that there are lots of practice, and then it's too specific, and we don't know how to actually include that in our programs. And to conclude, and this is why I made this kind of short path, I was lacking a bit of more straightforward desires from your side, like not only to explain your ideas, which are really great, and I'm not just saying this to flatter you, but to actually say, I want to do this or that with some of us. And I think I would say that it's something for us members to reflect upon, and how can we make it more clear that when you approach us next time, it will be more kind of straightforward, not only to explain the idea very well in the second time and the third time, but develop it into a proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. I'm Bara from Viper Gallery from Prague. It was a real pleasure to spend here these 2 days, and thank you for this more like optimistic day as in cooperation with yesterday. And yes, I'm looking forward to collaborate. Hope with a lot of you. Thanks.
Yeah, Martinas from Architecturos Fondas. Adding to this, I also feel like we feel this urgent need for a change, and it's very beautiful to see the plural options of how this change can be executed. So thank you very much for sharing this with us, and I really hope that you will learn from each other. So it's not the matchmaking between fellows and members, but also between all of you. So yeah, enjoy, and thanks once again for sharing it.
Hi, I'm Bláthín from the Irish Architecture Foundation. We're a new organisation, so it's been a great pleasure for me to meet everyone from all the other member organisations, and also to meet all the fellows. And I've had some lovely conversations over the last 2 days, so thank you all. A special thank you to the fellows as well for all your visionary, creative ideas today. I really enjoyed listening to them. Our LINA projects are a summer school and a Writers' Award, and the Writers' Award is in collaboration with DPR Barcelona. So for those 2 projects, we're looking forward to working with some of you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Please pass the microphone a couple of benches down, lower, to John.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been amazing to be here finally for my first LINA conference after Teatro Medi joined in 2020. I've not met most of you in person before. Feels the closest I'll ever get to like participate in Eurovision or something like that suddenly. And yeah, I want to say to all the fellows that for me today has really been the highlight, and that for me the focus has been to come here and hear those ideas, and that's really feels like the most important thing. I also think that the way LINA is set up now is, for me, a kind of 3-year project, at least the way that our program will work, is a really kind of coherent building 3-year thing. I hope that all the fellows who are kind of participating for just this year can really feel a sense of, or that you will feel a sense of having contributed to kind of something quite coherent and ongoing, that it's not just this kind of one-off thing, some program, and then it's gone. So I also want to kind of call to all of the other LINA members, I suppose, that we really, really focus on that aspect of kind of building a common, coherent project over this 3 years and have something really solid to kind of come out of that at the end. And it feels incredibly precious to be able to have this kind of cross-European space, and I really hope that the connections made between the kind of also fellows and the members can go beyond this year, just beyond these kind of one-off, participations. So please, let's all try and keep in touch and build that coherence. Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm Beate from House of Architecture, and I'm really impressed, I have to say. I'm also really happy about this energy in the room, and I already miss you because this is for me too fast. I would have liked to talk to much more to you, to the colleagues, also inventing new ideas to change for a better future, because this is just a really short start. and we are going into projects, but it would be much more worth staying together and working together. And this is my idea for the next application, that we do a common month-long workshop all together, not going in our institutions back again, but staying here and just talking and exploring, inviting stakeholders and all the decision makers, and try to convince them that we have to do something.
I'm Thomas from TU Vienna. First of all, thanks a lot to all of you for the topics, and also more important thoughts you brought into that discussion. It made me think a lot about our role as teachers at the university, and made me question it also a lot. So I think we also have to radically change in that dimension, and I think I will do it from Monday on. No? So tomorrow is off, but from Monday on.
Well, I generally only speak when I have bad things to say, but just to explain probably a bit better this concept that's been bouncing between Manuel and Freya. Of course, and to explain which is the attitude of institutions, for instance, like mine, which is a big museum, which just needs to work in a certain way. Of course, we take for granted we are all on the same side of the barricade. So we all want the world to survive, us to survive, because the world will survive anyway. We want everything to be more accessible, sustainable. But of course, when we are here, we need to focus on the medium, the way you are using to communicate, to say this, not what you want to do to state these things. So we are, of course, more focused on what you want to do to state your point than on your points, because generally we know already your points from the beginning. Now we are, I mean, I didn't hear anybody here to come that he wants to blow the planet away and let everything die. So I think this is why we look at your work in a certain way to understand how this can become part of a communication condition in a museum, in a biennale, in a platform. And also in that way, if you develop that tool, even if you change your mind and you want to fuck the planet, then you will have tools to do it. So it will be useful in any case.
Irhana, we've done the serious part now, and I thought it's time to have fun, right, with our project. So looking forward.
Down to Elena.
I agree with everybody. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to add that, of course, you know, a conference is a conference and plans are plans, and we all had our schedules and agendas. But I think what I see personally is this, you know, possibilities of numerous connections, of numerous collaborations beyond the matchmaking. And social networks are not very popular. You know, it's becoming more and more out of fashion. But I think if we should just, you know, all of us should add each other and watch each other within the social media and kind of realize each other's contexts and keep in touch and watch each other's work through time. I think it's, you know, very important to go beyond our meetings, our two-day meetings. So yeah, just wanted to add that so that we kind of know each other better from distance and think about each other. And yeah, thank you everyone. I really enjoyed these 2 days.
Hello, I'm Ivan from the MIS Barcelona. I think we have a big challenge seeing how we collaborate in the next months. And we also saw that there's kind of many things that you share, that we share together, so many ideas or interests, which already make it kind of easier to see who else is kind of working in similar ways, and so to work together, but also seeing kind of further than from the platform. Over here, we have seen some projects of which we are aware that there are interesting practices and also research going on in other places, no? So that it would be very important that we are always aware of other research, other projects, other teams that are working in similar things to make our own ideas, research, and projects stronger as well. But that's what we will do from LINA. Thank you all for your presentations.
Thank you everyone for those comments. It's good. It's great to hear them and all this enthusiasm behind it. And let me take this opportunity now to invite the public to check the program of the LINA members. So the LINA Architecture Programme, which is also published on our website, and it's going to evolve all year long until the end of May 2023. And I also have a couple of, let's say, practical questions or practical maybe ideas. One of it is that we have been streaming the conference of yesterday and today, and everything that happened here is going to be live on YouTube after we finish the conference. So if you would like to share these presentations, also LINA members with your colleagues, LINA fellows with other colleagues, everything is going to be online when we finish the conference, and our technical team is going to make sure this happens. Also, well, we will conclude shortly, and Mateusz is going to have, let's say, a conclusive thought. But you are all invited also to join a coffee here next door. So for at least an additional hour, so you will have again some time for networking, for knowing each other, to make new contacts. And also my team told me that some of you have not registered at Fabiani Hall. Please do so. You know, we need these signatures for the compliance of the project. So yes, I think I pass it to Mateusz.
Okay, I guess we have used this time quite well and learned a lot about each other. In these days, we promised also one thing, that until the end of November, we will publish the final list of collaborations between institutions and fellows. Please, your feedback is very important for us, from all of you. And one way is to give it back by our survey that is available to you. And we will also create a survey at the end of the program to hear how you managed with your project throughout the year. I would also like to mention that you can stay here longer and be a part of the second day of the conference Plečnik 150 that is organized by the Faculty of Architecture, and today you can listen to Kengo Kuma if you still have enough energy to stay in the lecture room. And we LINA members will meet again here in Ljubljana in June to launch the second call for projects, and then our second annual conference will happen in October 2023 in Copenhagen. And I guess this is... there are not no exact dates yet, but it's October 2023. Yeah, I guess this is all. I would also like to thank my team, LINA team, Mateja, Nusha, Hanna, Maya, Luca, thank you. And again, thanks to the Faculty of Architecture of the University in Ljubljana and the Creative Europe program. And one more thing I forgot to mention, we also got, let's say, media members, partners that will follow us throughout the project. And beside the zine, this is also COSARC that is here today with us, and Archis Volume. So thanks also to media partners. Have fun and see you around Europe. So hopefully see you as many more times as possible around Europe this year. Bye.